Hi guys. Tonight we're leaving Earth not with rockets or roaring engines, but with the slow, steady hush of imagination. The room around you is dim, your breath steady, the world beginning to blur at its edges. You drift weightless, free from noise and need, floating gently into the silence between the stars. Below you, the curve of Earth glows like a lantern wrapped in ocean light. The hum of human life fades into stillness, replaced by the soft pulse of cosmic air. The stars above you are sharp, unblinking, older than any story ever told. You probably wouldn't notice this if you walked past it, the faint shimmer that curves across the black sky, the invisible geometry that keeps you anchored to home even now. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you can, leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. Now, dim the lights, flow straight into the story. You begin to drift, your body weightless, as gravity loosens its quiet grip. Ahead, the sun waits vast, alive, and impossibly far, yet somehow still within reach. The darkness between grows velvet smooth, filled with faint threads of motion, the slow swirl of dust and ancient ice. Space isn't empty, not really. It hums softly, a sea of invisible waves and tiny particles, the breath of a universe that never truly sleeps. The light from the sun greets you before the heat does. It fans out in widening beams, each ray older than your heartbeat, younger than your thoughts. As you glide forward, the radiance brightens, shifting from gentle amber to dazzling gold. The sun doesn't blaze here. It glows steady and patient, like a slow exhale that's lasted billions of years. You move closer until you can feel its warmth not on your skin but in your bones, a vibration deep within the fabric of yourself. From this distance, you can see the true rhythm of our solar system. Planets circle in slow spirals, each following an unseen thread of gravity. Mercury darts close, swift and bright. Venus glows behind its veil of clouds. Earth spins in balance, blue and luminous, its orbit a line of memory. Beyond them stretch worlds of fire and gas, ice and silence, each bound by the same pulse of the sun's gravity. You drift through that pulse, a quiet traveler carried on invisible currents. The air, or what you imagine as air, feels charged here. The sun's energy isn't still. It ripples outward, a tide of light and magnetism. Scientists call this radiation pressure, a force made of photons pushing gently on everything in their path. To you, it feels like the faintest touch of wind, warm and infinite. You realize that even in space, motion never stops. It only slows until it becomes serenity. You think about the scale of it all. 1 star, 8 planets, countless moons, each spinning and tilting in perfect imperfection. No sound, no smell, no color beyond what light creates. Yet everything here moves with purpose. Scientists still wonder whether this cosmic order, this vast symmetry, was born from chaos or from quiet design. The universe doesn't answer. It just continues, patient as time. As you drift closer, the sun begins to fill your sky. You see it not as a disk, but as an ocean of golden fire. Filaments curl and fade, each one the size of continents. Beneath the surface, you sense fusion hydrogen becoming helium, matter transforming into light. Every second, the sun loses millions of tons of its own mass, and yet it endures, its sacrifice, the reason anything exists at all. Tiny solar flares leap from its surface, like brief, glowing sighs. They arc and fall back, trailing threads of plasma that twist through magnetic fields, invisible but immense. If you could listen to the sun, you wouldn't hear roaring or thunder. You'd hear a low, continuous hum, pressure waves moving through dense plasma, like the slow breath of a sleeping giant. Scientists have mapped those vibrations through heliophysics, discovering that the sun sings in frequencies far below human hearing. You can almost imagine it now, a lullaby made of heat and gravity, echoing through billions of kilometers of silence. The space around you glimmers faintly, filled with microscopic dust grains born from ancient collisions. Each one reflects sunlight in flashes of silver and gold. Some will drift for centuries before striking a planet. Others will vanish into the black. You reach out, but they pass through your fingers like mist. There's peace in their aimlessness, an understanding that not every traveler needs a destination. Ahead, the first planet waits. Mercury, small and battered, turning slowly under the relentless Sunday. You're still far away, but its presence glints like a coin in the dark. The warmth around you thickens, and you sense the transition from the soft heart of starlight to the hard shimmer of stone. You leave the sun's edge, carrying its warmth behind your eyes like a lantern. The silence grows deeper, but it's no longer empty. It's full of expectation, the hush before discovery. You glide forward, leaving the sun's corona behind, your path bending through invisible lines of magnetism and gravity. You can almost feel the pull of each world ahead, each orbit intersecting the next, like threads in a cosmic tapestry. You think again about Earth, the pale sphere now far behind you. Its oceans, clouds, and forests spin on, unaware that you've left. The same sunlight that brushes your face now breaks over its horizon, warming mountains, sparking dew. Everything there moves in rhythm with everything here, part of one long, continuous exhale of existence. The sun fades slowly behind you, but its light never really leaves. It clings to the edges of your vision, scattered by dust and memory. In that glow, you sense the beginning of everything, the ancient nebula that once collapsed into this single, brilliant star. You realize that every atom in your body once drifted here, caught in the same gravity, warmed by the same light. You are not visiting, you are returning. The space between worlds stretches endlessly ahead, yet you no longer feel distance as a barrier. It's a rhythm, a gentle sway, a lullaby of motion. Each kilometer is a heartbeat, each second a breath. You close your eyes for a moment, not to sleep, but to listen. Somewhere deep inside the sun, hydrogen atoms collide, releasing photons that will travel 1,000,000 years before reaching the surface, and then only 8 minutes more before touching your face. That light will warm oceans, power storms, grow forests, and someday fade into the deep night sky again. You open your eyes, feeling small and infinite at once. The sun shrinks to a warm memory behind you. Ahead, the first shadowed world awaits, wrapped in silence and shimmering metal. You breathe slowly and drift onward. You drift closer to the sun, tracing the slow pulse of its light as it spills across the void. The glare that once felt distant now wraps around you, gentle but endless, a blanket of gold that hums with quiet heat. You can't touch it, yet it seems to touch you, every photon carrying warmth older than human memory. The airless dark ripples with invisible movement. You realize that even silence here isn't still. You stop trying to define where the sun begins. There's no clear edge, just a gradual brightening, a soft gradient that deepens until it becomes impossible to look at. The corona spreads outward in fine, glowing strands, like silk threads brushed by wind. You move within the outer light, and the heat is strange, not burning, but pervasive, like warmth that lives inside you instead of upon your skin. Scientists call this region the solar atmosphere, though there's no air at all. It's made of plasma, charged particles so hot they forget what it means to be solid or liquid. They swirl and shift in magnetic loops that rise and fall, forming shapes too vast to grasp. From afar, the sun looks smooth. Up close, it trembles with motion. You can feel those waves slow, steady, and serene. Every few seconds, a ripple travels through its surface. These are pressure waves, the heartbeat of the star. The sun vibrates in ways the human ear can't hear, but the patterns are there, measured through light and magnetism. The rhythm is ancient and constant. You imagine standing on an invisible balcony, watching a living ocean of gold breathe beneath you. The surface shimmers like a liquid mirror, forever shifting, never resting. The deeper you look, the more alive it becomes. Beneath the visible glow, atoms collide at unimaginable speeds. Hydrogen becomes helium, and in that tiny transformation, light is born. The process is constant. 4 million tons of matter vanish every second, transformed into pure energy. The sun loses itself to sustain everything else. You think of that as love on a cosmic scale, a quiet, unending gift. Scientists still wonder whether fusion will ever be perfectly recreated on Earth to harness the same process that powers this star. But here, it feels less like science and more like breath, an inevitable rhythm that keeps the cosmos alive. You float closer, and the texture of light becomes almost tangible. It moves like mist around you, gentle yet charged with life. The closer you come, the more you notice the color isn't just yellow, it's white at its heart, golden at its edges, tinged with rose and silver, where magnetic storms twist the light. Those storms, the solar flares, erupt like slow lightning, rising in arcs larger than Earth itself. They pulse with a sound you can't hear, but can almost feel, a deep, steady thrum like the purring of an ancient machine. Below you, sunspots bloom like dark islands on a bright sea. They look cooler, but they're still thousands of degrees regions where tangled magnetic fields trap heat. Each one could swallow planets. Yet, from this distance, they seem delicate, intricate, part of a greater harmony. It reminds you that even chaos can have patterns when seen from far enough away. A faint wind brushes against you, not air, but the solar wind. A steady flow of charged particles races outward in all directions, carrying fragments of the sun's energy to the edges of the solar system. It passes through you like a sigh, tingling faintly, as if static electricity has learned how to dance. You realize that these same invisible particles touch Earth every day, shaping auroras, stirring magnetic fields, quietly sculpting the sky. The corona, the outermost layer, flares brighter. Here, something strange happens. Temperatures soar higher than the surface below, millions of degrees hotter, though logic says they shouldn't. Scientists still wonder why the sun's outer atmosphere burns hotter than the layers beneath. Some think magnetic waves carry hidden energy upward. Others suspect tiny bursts called nanoflares. Whatever the truth, the effect is mesmerizing, like seeing fire bloom from calm water. You drift along one of those golden arcs of plasma. It curls outward, suspended by magnetism, glowing with soft motion. The light flickers through you, casting long, rippling shadows that move across nothingness. You reach your hand out, and it disappears into radiance, your outline swallowed by brightness. It's peaceful here, not loud or fierce, but steady. The sun doesn't roar, it hums. And inside that hum, you start to imagine what sunlight really is. Each photon began its journey deep within the sun's core, where density crushes matter into brilliance. It takes hundreds of thousands of years for that light to crawl from the heart of the star to the surface, bouncing endlessly between atoms. Then, once free, it speeds across the void in 8 short minutes to reach Earth. You are surrounded by ancient light, millions of years old, and yet only seconds from touching your eyes. The idea comforts you. It means every sunrise on Earth carries history light that began before humanity even existed. You think of those mornings now, the warmth on your skin, the glow behind your eyelids. That same light fills this space around you, endless and eternal. You turn slowly, watching the vast geometry of the solar system begin to reveal itself. Thin trails of dust glint in the sunlight, tracing paths of unseen orbits. Mercury's faint shimmer lies ahead, and farther still, faint reflections mark where Venus and Earth move in their elegant ellipses. The Sun holds all of them together with quiet grace, its gravity a soft but unbreakable thread. You drift farther from the surface, and the glow softens to a halo. The light follows you, fading gently as distance grows. You can see now that this star, so fierce from afar, is also fragile, balanced perfectly between collapse and explosion. The harmony of pressure and gravity keeps it steady, like a candle flame that never wavers. You feel gratitude for its constancy. Without this star, there would be no oceans, no clouds, no breath. Everything you've ever known has been written in its light. The photons that touched leaves, melted snow, and warmed your hands are born from the same furnace that now hums behind you. You drift away slowly, carrying that realization with you, like a lantern in the dark. The sun shrinks, but its influence does not. You still feel its warmth through the emptiness, a low vibration threading through the black. Around you, particles from its wind shimmer like dust motes in a golden current. You ride that current outward, letting it guide you past the boundary where heat fades and cool silence begins again. You look back once more at the glowing sphere behind you. The corona still flares, wrapping the sun in ghostly white fire. Beyond it lies endless dark, the domain of the planets, waiting in their slow orbits. You take one final breath and let the light fall behind. Ahead, Mercury waits, small and silver gray, the first whisper of stone in the kingdom of fire. You drift onward, the sun's golden heartbeat echoing softly in your chest. You glide farther from the glowing heart of the sun, carried gently on invisible waves of energy. The light grows paler now, still bright, but softer, diffused by distance. What once blazed as gold now feels like honey poured thinly across black silk. You can sense the change, not as a drop in heat, but as a new texture of silence. The void between worlds is vast, and yet it never feels empty. It hums faintly, filled with the slow rhythm of solar wind, that endless whisper of particles racing outward in all directions. You drift with it, the invisible current wrapping around you like a tide. It isn't warm or cold, just eternal. The solar wind carries secrets, tiny fragments of atoms, charged and restless, streaming from the sun's outer layers into the infinite dark. You can't see them, but you can feel their presence, brushing past like the faintest breath on your skin. Scientists still wonder how such a delicate flow can travel billions of kilometers, shaping the space between planets. Some say the sun's magnetic field acts as both guide and engine, bending and steering these streams in elegant spirals. Others think the wind itself breathes life into the solar system, keeping it subtly alive. If you listen closely, the silence is alive with texture. The solar wind isn't uniform, it ebbs and swells, rippling with waves of pressure and bursts of magnetic change. The particles are charged, and when they meet planetary fields, they sing in invisible frequencies. Instruments can hear what you cannot, a faint chorus of hisses, crackles, and tones that shift like wind through reeds. You imagine drifting through that soundscape, surrounded by the music of sunlight turned electric. Ahead, Mercury brightens a tiny sphere, reflecting the sunlight like a shard of glass. The nearer you come, the more you see its strange duality. On one side, it blazes hotter than a furnace, baked under an unfiltered Sunday. On the other, darkness swallows everything, temperatures plunging low enough to freeze metal. The boundary between them is thin and stark, a line where day and night face each other in endless tension. Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun, yet it has no real atmosphere. Instead, it wears a fragile veil called an exosphere, a near vacuum made of atoms blasted from its surface by solar wind. You drift low over the landscape, and the horizon ripples with light. The rocks gleam faintly, polished by micrometeorites. Shadows stretch sharp and endless, because there's no air to scatter the light. The silence here is absolute, the kind that humbles even thought. You skim above craters the size of seas, relics of ancient impacts. They tell a story written in dust and stone, a history of fire and collision. Each pit holds fragments of the solar system's birth, untouched for billions of years. Near Mercury's poles, though, you find something unexpected, a soft shimmer, faint but unmistakable. Ice, trapped in the eternal shadows of deep craters, untouched by sunlight for eons, frozen water glints quietly in the dark. You linger there, hovering over frozen mirrors reflecting starlight. It feels impossible ice on a world so close to the Sunday, yet the craters act as vaults, their rims shielding the cold from the relentless heat. Scientists still wonder whether these icy deposits came from ancient comets or from water locked deep within Mercury itself. The idea feels comforting that even the most scorched world can hide a trace of gentleness in its shadows. The sunlight changes again as you rise higher. It hits the surface at sharp angles, revealing layers of texture, dust, rock, glassy plains, remnants of lava flows long cooled. Once, Mercury's heart was molten and alive, its surface reshaped by eruptions. Now it rests quietly, its volcanic scars smoothed by time and micrometeorite rain. You imagine the heat fading, the crust stiffening, until the whole planet fell into silence. Mercury moves slowly through its orbit, caught in a strange dance with the Sunday. It rotates 3 times for every 2 revolutions around its star, a rhythm called spin-orbit resonance. This means that a single day here, sunrise to sunrise, lasts longer than its year. The thought makes you smile. Time itself seems slower this close to the sun, as if the universe pauses to breathe. You drift toward the terminator, the line dividing light and darkness. From above, it looks like twilight frozen in place. On one side, the landscape glows in bright gold. On the other, it disappears into ink, black cold. You glide along that border, where heat and frost meet but never touch. The sight feels almost like balance made visible, extremes held in perfect stillness. You let your gaze wander upward, back toward the Sunday. Even from here, its brilliance dominates everything. The sky isn't blue, not here. It's pitch black, but the sunlight is so intense, it makes the blackness shimmer. Each rock throws a razor-sharp shadow. The ground looks etched in light and ink. There's no breeze, no motion, only the rhythm of your own breath. You think of Mercury's past, the way its orbit wobbled and shifted, the way its massive iron core cooled unevenly, cracking the crust into long cliffs. Some rise for hundreds of kilometers, frozen waves in a sea of stone. They look like wrinkles on the face of an ancient traveler. You float above one now, tracing its shape with your eyes. Scientists believe these cliffs formed as the planet shrank slightly, while cooling a quiet contraction over billions of years. The silence is so deep it feels like sound in reverse. Yet, in that stillness, you can sense motion everywhere. The solar wind brushing across the surface, the slow crawl of dust, the faint magnetic tremors left behind by a dying field. Mercury once had a strong magnetic heart, like Earth, but weaker now, fading with age. Still, the remnants linger, whispering through its core like memory. You move away from the surface, letting the sunlight wash over you once more. The planet shrinks beneath you, a tiny mirror flickering against the dark. You realize that Mercury is both scarred and serene, proof that beauty and harshness can coexist. The light bends gently around its rim as you turn your gaze outward again. Beyond it, the next world waits, a pale pearl hidden in cloud, brighter than any star. Venus. Even from this distance, its glow is mesmerizing, almost too beautiful to believe. Yet you know that within that brightness lies an inferno, a world where metal melts and air crushes. Still, it beckons softly, its light flickering like a candle behind silk. You take one last look at Mercury, the silent messenger, and then drift onward. The solar wind catches you once again, carrying you forward toward the soft, golden haze ahead. Between the worlds, darkness stretches like a lullaby, endless and still. The sun hums faintly behind you. You move through its rhythm, quiet and calm, as Venus begins to rise like a morning star in the eternal night. Venus rises before you like a glowing ember wrapped in silk. From a distance, it looks impossibly serene, a bright, steady light shimmering against the black velvet of space. You drift closer, and the brightness expands until it fills your vision. The planet is wrapped in thick, swirling clouds, their pale gold tones rippling like brushed satin. They hide everything beneath, and yet they gleam so softly, you almost believe the surface must be gentle too. You feel yourself drawn in by the illusion. As you descend through the upper haze, the light begins to change. Sunlight filters through a sulphurous mist, turning gold to honey, then to dim amber. The air, if you could call it air, is dense and alive with motion. The atmosphere of Venus presses like invisible water, thick enough to crush steel. You glide through it slowly, watching tendrils of cloud twist and uncoil. They move faster than hurricane winds on Earth, yet everything seems tranquil from where you float. There is beauty here, though it's born of extremes. Lightning flickers deep within the cloud banks, silent from this height. The flashes glow faintly through the mist, lighting up the clouds from within like lanterns adrift in fog. The planet below glows softly too, not from sunlight, but from its own heat, the reflection of a world that never cools. Venus, the twin of Earth, is almost the same size, the same density, the same shape. But as you descend, you understand how deceptive appearances can be. This is a place of slow fire. Temperatures on the surface can melt lead. The pressure is 90 times that of Earth. Even the raindrops here are made of acid, falling through the thick air before evaporating, long before they ever touch the ground. You pause within the clouds, letting them swirl past. The air glows dimly, almost alive. Scientists believe that high above the surface, these clouds might once have been hospitable. Some even wonder whether microscopic life could drift here, suspended in the sulfuric haze. The thought lingers with you, a possibility hanging in the air like perfume. Life, perhaps not as we know it, but something resilient enough to find calm amid poison. The wind here never stops. It circles the planet in a constant super-rotation, racing around the globe every 4 days, even as the planet itself spins agonizingly slow. You can feel that strange dual rhythm, the fast rush of the atmosphere and the sluggish turn of the world beneath. A day on Venus lasts longer than a year. You could stand on its surface, watch the sun rise in the west, and set in the east months later, never feeling true night in between. You imagine standing there, beneath the opaque yellow sky. The ground is rocky, sculpted by volcanoes and plains of hardened lava. It is silent, but you sense movement deep below the restless shifting of molten rock, the echo of an ancient fire still breathing. Scientists still wonder whether Venus is active today, whether hidden volcanoes still exhale slow plumes into the thick air. No one can say for sure, because the clouds conceal everything like a secret. You drift lower, and the light dims further. It becomes orange, then red, as though you've entered a sea of molten glass. The clouds above shimmer faintly, filtering what little sunlight remains. Every direction looks the same. No horizon, no stars, no open sky. You are surrounded by an endless, glowing fog. The heat presses against you like a heartbeat. For a moment, You think of Earth, the cool blue oceans, the soft breezes, the way clouds cast shadows across hills. Here, nothing cools. Nothing drifts gently. Everything presses inward. The air itself is carbon dioxide, a greenhouse so powerful that it traps nearly all the heat that reaches it. Venus once might have been like Earth, perhaps with water, rivers, even seas. Scientists have found signs that oceans could have existed billions of years ago, but the balance tipped. The warmth rose, the oceans boiled away, and the sky became a furnace. Now the planet glows softly from within, a slow, endless burn. You look closer at the surface as it shimmers through the haze. The rocks glint faintly, their colors hidden by the thick air. Mountains rise and fall in soft silhouettes, their peaks smudged by mist. The tallest among them, Maxwell Montes, stands higher than Mount Everest, but it shines brighter too. Radar imaging has shown that its slopes are dusted with a reflective substance, possibly metallic frost, perhaps lead sulfide, or something stranger. Even here, the planet finds a way to sparkle. You float just above that landscape, and the atmosphere hums with low, electric life. The air glows faintly at night, a phenomenon scientists call air glow, caused by atoms recombining after long days of sunlight. The planet never truly darkens. It simply changes hue, turning from gold to crimson to deep ember red. You can almost feel the weight of it, the crushing air, the stillness, the steady, slow spin. And yet, amid all that pressure, there's an eerie calm. The winds high above don't touch the surface. They rush endlessly overhead, leaving the rocks below to sleep undisturbed. You drift in that silence, and for a moment, it feels peaceful. You imagine the world breathing under the heavy clouds, a patient rhythm that never ends. Scientists still debate why Venus spins backward. Its slow, retrograde rotation remains a mystery. Some think a colossal collision long ago knocked the planet onto its side and reversed its spin. Others believe the dense atmosphere itself exerts such pressure and drag that it gradually turned the planet the wrong way. Whatever the cause, the result is a rhythm that feels almost deliberate, like a dancer moving against the music yet perfectly in time. As you rise again through the glowing layers, the light brightens from red to amber to gold. The sun appears as a dim white disk above you, blurred by the endless haze. The air grows thinner, the heat eases. You break through the top of the clouds, and suddenly the darkness returns, the velvet black of space dotted with stars. Below you, Venus glows softly, veiled and unknowable. From here, it's hard to imagine the fire beneath that beauty. To your eyes, the planet looks serene, wrapped in swirling patterns like marble and silk. The sunlight reflects across its clouds in perfect, gentle brightness. It is the brightest thing in the night sky, the morning star, the evening star, the eternal glow before dawn. You drift higher, leaving the planet's grasp. The golden haze fades into distance, replaced by the quiet rhythm of starlight. Behind you, Venus gleams like a memory of perfection. Ahead, the darkness deepens again, and a blue marble waits quietly in the void. You feel its gravity before you see it, familiar, welcoming, alive. Earth, the only world that breathes. You move toward it, drawn by recognition more than curiosity. Between Venus and Earth, sunlight softens, turning the black into deep indigo. The solar wind hums faintly, carrying fragments of starlight and memory. You float within it, silent and calm, knowing the next world will feel like home. You glide toward the blue world ahead, the one you've known all your life but have never truly seen like this. From the stillness of space, Earth shines softly, wrapped in oceans and breath. It isn't a single color, more like a swirl of turquoise, pearl, and deep sapphire, turning slowly in sunlight. White clouds drift lazily above continents that look like living paintings. edges softened by haze. You move closer, and it feels as though the planet itself is pulsing, breathing, sighing, awake. You can see the thin film of atmosphere hugging it, like silk stretched over glass. It's so fragile, so impossibly thin, yet it holds everything: air, wind, storms, whispers, laughter. All of it lives within that gossamer shell, barely a veil against the infinite cold. You realize that everything you've ever loved exists in that faint shimmer of blue light. From up here, the world seems peaceful, but you know its calm hides motion beyond comprehension. You drift through that boundary, the edge of air and space, and the silence begins to fade. The faintest hum grows around you. Wind, life, vibration. The planet's voice is subtle, more sensation than sound. You descend slowly, and each layer of air feels different. In the upper reaches, it's thin and cold, where auroras dance like silk ribbons, shades of green, violet, and crimson rippling across the poles. The solar wind that brushed past you before now meets the Earth's magnetic field, colliding, igniting the sky. The colors shimmer like breath on glass. You imagine the magnetic field itself as an unseen guardian lines of energy wrapping the planet, deflecting solar radiation. It's invisible, but you can sense it everywhere. The faint hum of protection, the gentle resistance between space and air. Without it, the wind from the sun would strip the planet bare, leaving nothing but stone. The thought fills you with quiet awe. The universe may be vast, but protection here comes in magnetic whispers, not walls. You drift lower still, and the air grows denser, warmer, alive with scent and sound. You pass through layers of cloud, their tops glowing white, their undersides silver and grey. Lightning flashes somewhere far below, lighting up the vapor for just a moment. You can almost feel the rumble that follows, distant and deep. The ground appears in fragments, continents wrapped in green and brown, rivers winding like veins of silver, mountains casting long shadows across plains. The blue of the ocean surrounds it all, stretching beyond sight. The surface shifts slowly beneath you, alive with rotation. Earth turns steadily, a rhythm that has never faltered. You hover for a moment, high above a coastline, watching waves roll onto sand. From here, they look gentle, but you know their motion never ends. The ocean breathes in cycles that outlast civilizations, currents driven by wind and temperature, tides pulled by the quiet hand of the moon. You can see it in your mind's eye now, the moon moving silently above, shaping water with its invisible pull. The connection between the two feels almost tender, like a heartbeat shared across space. Earth is the only planet you've seen so far that holds water in all its forms, solid, liquid, and vapor, each one flowing into the other in an endless dance. Snow melts to rivers, rivers feed oceans, oceans rise to clouds, and the clouds return as rain. You imagine standing in that rain now, feeling it cool your skin. It's not just water, it's the same molecules that once drifted through comets, through clouds of ancient space dust. The cycle never truly begins or ends, it only changes shape. Beneath you, continents shift slowly, almost imperceptibly. The surface of the planet isn't still, it moves, divided into vast plates that slide, collide, and sink into the mantle below. This motion shapes mountains, raises islands, and stirs the deep places of the sea. Scientists still wonder whether plate tectonics is the key to life itself, regulating climate, recycling carbon, and keeping Earth's temperature steady over eons. It's a dance of continents, a planetary breath measured not in seconds, but in ages. You pass over the curve of the planet, and sunlight gleams off the edge of the atmosphere. The light bends into a halo, a thin ring of gold and blue. From this vantage, day and night share the same horizon. On one side, cities sparkle like constellations. On the other, clouds glow softly in daylight. The border between them shifts, a living shadow always moving westward. You drift above the night side for a while, where human lights mark the shape of civilization. They look fragile from here, tiny sparks scattered across the darkness. Each one represents a story, a voice, a pulse of warmth. You can see them flicker faintly, not random but rhythmic, as though the planet itself sighs through its people. It feels alive in a way no other world has so far. Above the surface, you can sense the magnetic field's subtle curve, arching outward into space. It's the same field that creates auroras, protects life, and shapes invisible boundaries in the sky. Scientists have mapped it, but it still feels mysterious, something between shield and song. It changes constantly, yet remains whole, a reminder that even unseen things can define a world. You rise slowly again, the clouds below smoothing into a single soft swirl of blue and white. From this height, weather looks like art spiral storms painted on a vast canvas. You spot the faint curl of a hurricane far below, moving gracefully across the sea. Its eye looks calm from here, perfectly circular, though you know it's a storm of unimaginable power. On Earth, violence and beauty coexist so closely, they often become the same thing. You turn toward the sun once more, its light scattering off the ocean's curve. A single ray catches your eyes and fills them with warmth. You think about how every living thing on Earth depends on that light, how it fuels the photosynthesis that feeds forests, plankton, and everything that breathes. The sun and Earth are partners in an endless exchange of energy and color. Scientists still wonder whether there are other Earths among the stars' planets, balanced just right, where light and gravity create the delicate conditions for life. But even if there are, none could ever feel quite like this one. Earth isn't just habitable, it's harmonious, tuned like an instrument that plays the music of existence. As you drift away again, you glance back one last time. The planet glows softly against the black, a fragile jewel, spinning slowly in light. The clouds swirl, the oceans shimmer, and you can almost hear the rhythm of its heart. You feel something like nostalgia, though you've never truly left. The pull of home is stronger than gravity, its memory, warmth, and belonging all woven together. You breathe deeply, carrying that calm with you. Ahead, the blue fades into silver gray, and you catch sight of the moon, small but brilliant, floating in Earth's shadow. It waits for you quietly, its face half in light, half in darkness, as if smiling through the centuries. You let go of Earth's pull and drift outward once more, following the faint light of the moon as it beckons you into its silence. The moon waits in stillness, a pearl of quiet light circling its companion world. You drift toward it, through the thin stretch of space that bridges Earth and its only satellite. The distance isn't great, just over 300,000 kilometers, but it feels immense, like traveling from breath to silence. Behind you, the Earth glows softly, blue and alive. Ahead, the moon hangs still, its pale face glowing silver against black infinity. You approach slowly, and its surface sharpens into focus ridges, shadows, and craters etched in stark relief. There is no haze, no soft blur of atmosphere to scatter the sunlight. Every detail stands clear and unfiltered. The light here is honest. It falls in straight lines and leaves darkness where it cannot reach. You cross that boundary, from the bright rim of day into the deep quiet of lunar night, where the shadows stretch for miles and the stars burn unblinking above. You hover just above the surface. The ground is powdered stone, gray and fine as ash. Each grain has lain undisturbed for ages, shaped not by wind or water, but by the slow rain of micrometeorites. They fall silently, tiny sparks of the cosmos, carving gentle impressions into dust. Without air or erosion, the moon keeps every mark, every scar. Footprints remain for centuries. Craters from ancient collisions still gleam faintly under the light. This world remembers everything. You land lightly, your feet sinking into soft regolith that doesn't feel like sand or soil. It's sharper, drier, untouched by life. The silence here is absolute, the kind that hums in your bones. There is no wind, no rustle, no hum of air. Even your heartbeat seems too loud. The landscape stretches outward, curved and endless, painted only in shades of grey. Yet somehow, it doesn't feel lifeless. It feels peaceful, like a thought held between breaths. Above you, the earth rises slowly over the horizon, a blue sphere glowing against blackness. From here, it looks fragile and radiant, wrapped in the faint halo of its atmosphere. You can see the swirl of clouds, the curve of continents, the glint of oceans. The view is impossibly beautiful, a reminder that distance can sometimes reveal connection. The light reflecting from Earth is soft, faintly blue earthshine, they call it. It's enough to light the lunar surface with a dim, comforting glow. You wander across the grey plain, past small craters that shimmer faintly under the sunlight. The shadows here are darker than you expect, pitch black, without gradient or softness. Each one feels like a doorway into time itself. You pause beside a large crater rim and look down. Inside, jagged rocks gleam like glass. Some were melted by the force of impacts, frozen mid-splash in silent arcs. Others crumble easily, untouched for millions of years. The moon doesn't have weather as you know it, but it does have its own form of change. As sunlight strikes the surface, the ground expands. When darkness falls, it contracts. This gentle breathing of heat and cold creates subtle tremors, moonquakes. They're soft, but lasting, some rumbling for nearly an hour. Scientists still wonder what stirs them, whether tidal forces from Earth pull on the crust, or whether something deeper within the moon continues to shift and settle. The idea feels oddly comforting, that even this silent world has a pulse. You move toward the terminator, the line between lunar day and night. Here, light brushes the ground at sharp angles, and every rock casts a long shadow. The horizon curves close. The sky above is an endless sea of stars. There's no atmosphere to hide them. You can see the Milky Way with aching clarity, a river of light crossing the sky. It feels vast and intimate at once, like standing in the center of eternity. You remember that the moon is not merely a companion to Earth, it's a piece of its past. Billions of years ago, a massive collision tore molten fragments from Earth's surface. Those fragments gathered, cooled, and became the moon. The two have been bound ever since, turning together in a gravitational waltz. The moon's face is always turned toward Earth, locked in perfect synchrony. You think of that now, how one world endlessly watches the other, never breaking gaze. From the far side, the one that never faces Earth, you can see the scars of countless impacts, more than anywhere else. It's rougher, more ancient, untouched by Earth's soft blue reflection. You drift over that hidden hemisphere now, gliding above plains of basalt and frozen craters. Here, darkness feels deeper, lonelier, and yet it holds a certain calm. This is where silence becomes sacred. You pause to look at the faint shimmer of the Milky Way again, stretching across the horizon. The stars seem brighter here, because nothing stands between you and them. No air, no sound, no interference. Just the clean clarity of light. You realize how rare that is, to see without distortion, to exist in pure stillness. Scientists have studied the moon for centuries, yet it continues to keep secrets. Some still debate whether small amounts of water ice hide in the craters near its poles, preserved in perpetual shadow. Others wonder how deep its core truly runs, whether it still holds the echo of molten metal, or if it's long cooled to silence. Every probe, every mission uncovers a little more, yet the mystery always deepens. The moon remains both known and unknowable, familiar, yet infinitely distant. You take a few slow steps, watching your footprints mark the grey dust. They'll stay here for ages, long after memory fades. It's strange to know that motion can be immortal when time moves so slowly. You crouch, scoop a bit of dust in your hand, and let it fall. It drifts straight down. No breeze, no sway, just a quiet descent that ends exactly where it began. Looking up again, you find Earth once more. It's climbing higher in the sky now, luminous and whole. You notice how the light changes as the moon moves through its phases, sometimes full and bright, sometimes just a slender curve. From Earth, those changes look like art. From here, they feel like breathing, the two worlds exhaling in turns. The moon is old, older than most mountains on Earth, yet it hasn't aged in the same way. Time doesn't erode it, it preserves it. Every crater, every ridge, every faint ripple of dust is a record of the solar system's early days. Standing here, you feel like a traveler in history, surrounded by the quiet bones of creation. You begin to rise again, slow and weightless, leaving the surface behind. The landscape shrinks, curves, and softens into a glowing disk. The earthlight fades slightly, replaced by the steady radiance of the sun beyond. You realize you've come to love this stillness, the absence of noise, the clarity of light, the sense that time itself has paused to rest. As you drift away, the moon stays luminous behind you, a silver lantern in the dark. Ahead, Mars gleams faintly red against the black horizon, a spark of warmth calling from afar. You turn toward it, feeling the subtle tug of curiosity, a new kind of gravity pulling you forward. The moon fades into distance, but its peace remains with you, echoing softly through the quiet between worlds. Mars rises ahead like a glowing ember, in the dark, small, steady, and impossibly distant. From afar, it looks warm, almost gentle, but as you draw closer, that color deepens into rust, and the warmth becomes an illusion. The planet's face is a desert of iron and silence, a world sculpted by wind and frozen time. You approach slowly, letting the view unfold. Pale dunes stretching into the horizon, canyons that split the crust like deep scars, and mountains taller than any on Earth. The sunlight here is thin, washed out, a whisper rather than a beam. The sky glows faintly pink, scattered by fine dust that never truly settles. You pass through that haze, drifting low, and it feels like walking through memory, soft, faded, ancient. There's no sound, no water lapping, no leaves rustling, only wind, endlessly shaping sand into waves that will never crash. You hover above the surface and see the marks of long-gone rivers, channels carved by water that no longer flows. Once, billions of years ago, Mars had lakes, deltas, and perhaps even seas. The evidence lies in the rock, layered sediments, smooth pebbles, minerals that can form only in water. Scientists still wonder where it all went, whether it froze beneath the crust, escaped into space, or still hides in aquifers deep below. The question lingers like a ghost, unanswered but persistent. You descend gently near one of the great valleys, Valles Marineris. It stretches for thousands of kilometers, a canyon so vast it would dwarf the Grand Canyon 100 times over. Its walls rise taller than Everest, their shadows falling into eternal dusk. The scale of it defies understanding. You could fly for days along its length and never reach the end. It's as if the planet split open once and never fully healed. At the edges of the canyon, cliffs crumble into dust, and landslides rest where they fell millions of years ago. The air is too thin for sound to carry, so even a collapse would happen in silence. You glide lower, past ancient terraces and dried riverbeds, until the ground flattens into plains of reddish soil. The color comes from rust iron oxide coating nearly every grain. The planet itself is oxidized, a great sphere of iron, slowly breathing in its own quiet way. You pass over Olympus Mons, the tallest volcano in the solar system. It rises like a continent, its slopes gentle but endless. It's so large that you can't see its curve from the ground. It spans the size of entire countries. Once, it spewed rivers of lava that cooled into wide, dark plains. Now, it sleeps beneath a thin veil of dust, ancient and still. Scientists believe that Mars was volcanically active for billions of years, but no one knows if it's truly silent now. Deep below, magma may still stir softly, slowly, like a heartbeat fading in sleep. The air is thin, just 1% of Earth's. You could wave your hand and feel almost nothing. Yet, despite the emptiness, clouds sometimes drift across the sky, thin veils of ice crystals and carbon dioxide that catch sunlight and shimmer faintly pink. They form at dawn, dissolve by midday, and return again at night. You imagine standing on the surface, watching the sun rise as a small, pale disk, 1/3 the size it appears from Earth. Its light would feel gentle, even kind, though it warms little. As you travel across the plains, you see the remnants of dust storms etched into the surface. They sweep across the planet regularly, some so vast they can cover the entire globe. The air carries fine sand that can remain suspended for months, turning the entire world into a soft, reddish glow. The storms move like breath, quiet but unstoppable. The idea of a storm without sound feels strange, but here it makes sense. Mars speaks only through motion, never noise. You drift toward the polar regions, where sheets of ice gleam beneath layers of dust. They glisten faintly in the sunlight, pure and untouched. Each winter, these caps grow as carbon dioxide freezes out of the air. Each summer, they recede as it returns to gas. The pattern is as steady as a heartbeat, the rhythm of a world still quietly alive. Beneath the dust, the ice may hide water real, liquid water trapped by pressure and salt. Scientists still debate whether small pockets might melt occasionally, just enough to flow. The possibility of life clings to that idea like frost. You pause above a crater rim and look down. Inside, boulders lie in stillness, their shadows crisp and unwavering. If you listen with your imagination, you can almost hear the faint hiss of dust shifting, the whisper of distant wind. But mostly, there is stillness. Mars has no oceans to echo sound, no forests to absorb it. Its silence is whole, deeper than any quiet you've ever known. You think of the rovers that have crossed this surface, small, patient travelers that hum softly to themselves. Their tire tracks are the only moving marks on a world that's been asleep for eons. One day, those marks will fade too, covered by dust. But for now, they remain, fragile threads of connection between worlds. You imagine their cameras turning toward the horizon, their mechanical hearts still curious beneath alien skies. From above, you can see the faint glimmer of sunlight reflecting off the frost near the poles. It catches your eye like a jewel. Mars may be cold, but there's warmth in its resilience, a world that has endured for billions of years, changing, adapting, waiting. You wonder what it remembers. Perhaps it dreams of rivers that once sang through its valleys, or of sunlight glinting on open water. Scientists still wonder whether Mars was once alive, not just with microbes, but perhaps with entire ecosystems hidden beneath ancient seas. The clues are tantalizing, but incomplete. The chemistry, the minerals, the methane that sometimes seeps from the ground and then disappears again. The mystery lingers, unbroken and inviting. You realize that Mars doesn't need to reveal its secrets. Its silence is the secret. As you rise again through the thin air, the horizon glows softly red, blending into pale orange, then fading into black. You look back once more. The planet seems peaceful from above, its desert stretching endlessly, its mountains sleeping beneath a quiet Sunday. You feel its calm reach you as serenity, born not from abundance, but from endurance. The space between you and Mars widens as you drift outward again. Behind, the planet shrinks to a spark of rust-colored light. Ahead, darkness deepens, but you sense the presence of something new, something vast, and filled with motion. The asteroid belt lies ahead, a realm of rock and silence between the inner worlds and the giants beyond. You take a slow breath, let the calm of Mars settle within you, and then move on toward the quiet between worlds once more. You drift gently away from the red planet, leaving behind its dust and long shadows. Mars fades into a faint ember behind you, swallowed slowly by distance. Ahead stretches a different kind of beauty, an emptiness filled with fragments. You are entering the space between worlds, a region where time seems to move slower, where sunlight grows thin and soft. The asteroid belt. At first, it looks like nothing, just dark, endless space. But as you move deeper, faint glints begin to appear, tiny sparks, then dozens, then thousands. They surround you like a slow-motion snowfall of stone and ice. Each glimmer is a rock tumbling silently through space, fragments of creation that never became planets. You glide between them, careful and unhurried, feeling the soft pull of their tiny gravities brushing against you. The sunlight here is pale gold, not bright enough to burn, but enough to make every stone gleam with faint fire. They range from specks of dust to mountains the size of cities. Most float quietly, harmlessly far apart, though the movies would have you believe otherwise. The belt isn't crowded. It's spacious, tranquil, patient. It's not chaos, it's balance. You approach one of the larger asteroids. It's irregular, shaped like a potato made of iron and stone. Its surface is gray and pitted, carved by eons of impacts. There is no up or down, only the slow, lazy spin that turns sunlight to shadow and back again. You can feel its rotation, a steady rhythm beneath your feet. It's not lifeless, exactly just unbothered by time. As you walk lightly across its surface, dust lifts and falls in gentle arcs, obeying the faint tug of gravity. The ground is rough, glittering faintly with minerals, nickel, iron, silicates, a cosmic mixture older than Earth itself. Some of these rocks are older than the sun, remnants of the nebula that once swirled into stars. You realize you are walking across history older than life. Far ahead, a brighter light catches your attention. It's not a star, but a dwarf planet, Ceres, the queen of the belt. She gleams faintly blue-white, her surface smooth in some places, fractured in others. As you drift closer, you notice bright spots scattered across her face, like frost glinting in sunlight. They shimmer as if alive. When spacecraft first saw them, they puzzled scientists. What could shine so brightly on a world so dim? The answer came slowly: salt. Deposits left behind by briny water that once rose from below the surface, then froze and crystallized. These patches gleam like mirrors, reflecting the sun's light across the emptiness. You hover above one now, watching the sparkle shift with your movement. It feels almost sacred, an oasis of brightness in an endless night. You glide along Ceres' curved horizon, tracing the faint scars of ancient impacts. Some craters are smooth, others filled with strange domes that rise like frozen bubbles. Beneath the crust, there may still be pockets of liquid water mixed with salt and ammonia, an ocean that never sees sunlight. Scientists still wonder whether that hidden ocean might cradle the building blocks of life, safe beneath layers of ice and stone. The idea makes you smile. Even here, in the quiet heart of nowhere, life remains a possibility. The sunlight feels faint now, filtered by distance. It falls across the surface in long, lazy beams, creating shadows that seem almost alive. You drift slowly above the terrain, letting the silence settle deep into your bones. Every so often, you see tiny particles gliding by, dust kicked up by micro-impacts or released from the surface by temperature shifts. They drift lazily around Ceres like snowflakes in slow motion. You rise higher, leaving the dwarf planet behind. The asteroid belt unfolds beneath you, stretching across millions of kilometers like a soft gray fog. Each object moves in its own orbit, yet together they form a grand, invisible pattern, a cosmic ballet choreographed by gravity. You can feel the subtle pull of Jupiter ahead, its immense mass shaping everything here, keeping the belt from becoming a planet. It's as though the universe tried to form another world, then changed its mind halfway. You drift past smaller asteroids now, some smooth, some rough, some hollow like shells. One passes close, tumbling slowly. Its surface glints with flecks of metal. Another drifts in the opposite direction, its path curved ever so slightly by unseen forces. Each object carries its own story, etched in craters and fractures. Some have traveled together for billions of years, never touching. Others wander alone, forgotten. The belt feels endless, but it's not chaotic. Everything moves in rhythm. You imagine the quiet hum of orbits, the unending patience of stone. Scientists still debate how much life this region once saw. Not life as organisms, but life as motion, creation, destruction. Was there once a planet here, shattered long ago? Or were these pieces always fragments, too scattered to unite? No one knows for certain. The answer may be buried within the dust itself. You move with the current of gravity, slow and serene. Occasionally, you catch the faint glimmer of something distant, a trail of gas, a sparkle of ice, a comet perhaps, crossing through the belt on its long elliptical journey. It passes without sound, leaving only a thin trace of vapor that fades into darkness. You watch it go, mesmerized. The sun now looks smaller behind you, a coin of light suspended in deep black. Yet it still reaches here, its rays stretched thin, but constant. The belt shimmers faintly in its glow, each rock casting its own tiny shadow. The emptiness between them feels infinite, yet peaceful. You think of it not as void, but as breath that pours between one world and the next. You drift farther, feeling Jupiter's pull grow stronger. The asteroid belt begins to thin, its outer edge blending into open space once more. Behind you lies the relic of what might have been. Ahead lies the realm of giants. The air, or the idea of air, seems to thicken with anticipation. You can almost sense the presence of the massive planet waiting beyond, its gravity already tugging at you softly, like a deep, steady heartbeat. You take one last look at the belt behind you, the quiet fragments drifting in their eternal waltz. Each rock spins slowly, patient and timeless. You whisper a silent farewell to their stillness and turn your gaze forward. The darkness ahead deepens into blue. The first signs of Jupiter's vast domain shimmer faintly at the edge of sight, and with them, a promise of awe. You breathe slowly, letting the rhythm of your heartbeat match the pull of gravity. One more drift forward, one more step deeper into wonder. The realm of the giants awaits. You feel it before you see it, an immense, invisible tug in the fabric of space. Gravity thickens, drawing you towards something vast. Then, slowly, a shimmer forms at the edge of sight. A pale disk expands until it fills the darkness, streaked with swirling bands of cream, gold, and umber. Jupiter, the great guardian of the solar system, a planet so large it could swallow all the others and still have room to spare. As you approach, the colors sharpen, moving in soft, hypnotic motion. The clouds ripple like water, stirred by unseen hands. Nothing here is solid. The surface you see, isn't a surface at all, but the upper layer of an atmosphere so deep and dense that sunlight itself seems to dissolve within it. You drift through the upper haze, and the scale overwhelms you. Each swirl below could swallow continents. The winds move faster than any storm on Earth, 400 miles an hour or more, but everything appears slow from this height, graceful as a dream. The air glows faintly amber, where sunlight filters through ammonia and hydrogen. Shadows shift and curl in endless spirals, creating patterns that never repeat. You move downward slightly, into thicker clouds that look like velvet smoke. Here, lightning flashes silently bolts, so long they could stretch across oceans. The storms breathe light into the planet's night side, each one a heartbeat of fire. And then, you see it, the great red spot. It emerges like an eye, vast and ancient, swirling with soft rust and cream tones. You drift above it, awed by its slow motion. The storm has raged for centuries, perhaps longer than human civilization itself. Its winds twist around its center with unimaginable power, yet from above, it looks calm, deliberate, almost meditative. You can see layers within layers, like brushstrokes in a cosmic painting. Scientists still wonder why it endures, why it refuses to fade when every other storm eventually dies. Some believe it draws strength from the deep heat of Jupiter's interior, others from the planet's rapid rotation. Whatever the reason, the red spot remains, timeless and alive. You hover above its edge and feel a sense of reverence. If you could descend through its layers, you'd pass through ammonia clouds, then hydrogen, then deeper and deeper until the gas compresses into liquid metal. Jupiter's interior is a realm of strange physics, where pressure crushes atoms and lightning glows in hydrogen rain. It's not a world you could stand upon, but a living ocean of gas, its waves made of energy and color. Beneath all that, scientists believe, lies a core, perhaps rocky, perhaps fluid, perhaps both twice as wide as Earth. But no one knows for certain. Jupiter keeps its secrets behind pressure so intense that even light bends differently. You imagine that core glowing softly in the dark, the silent heart of a giant. You drift higher again, letting your gaze wander across the planet's endless atmosphere. The bands of clouds stretch around the globe in ribbons, zones, and belts that circle with opposite winds. Between them, turbulence forms delicate whirlpools, tiny cousins of the red spot. Each one is fleeting, yet beautiful. Together, they make the planet shimmer with motion, a canvas that paints itself anew every hour. The sunlight here feels different, filtered by distance and haze. It's cooler, softer, as though diffused through layers of amber glass. The shadows that fall across the planet are long and gentle, blurring rather than cutting. You feel small, almost invisible, drifting through the currents of a world that doesn't notice you, and yet, in that indifference, there's peace. Above the clouds, high in the thin upper atmosphere, auroras blaze at the poles. They are larger than Earth itself, rings of electric light that shimmer green and violet. The solar wind, which once brushed your skin near the sun, collides here with Jupiter's powerful magnetic field, releasing ribbons of light that twist and shimmer in silence. You drift closer, and the glow surrounds you. It feels alive, like standing inside a heartbeat made of color. Jupiter's magnetic field is immense, tens of thousands of times stronger than Earth's. It stretches across millions of kilometers, shaping the space around it. Even its moons move through that invisible field, bathed in radiation and magnetism. The field hums faintly, a low vibration you can almost feel rather than hear a steady pulse through the emptiness. It's as if the planet sings in frequencies too deep for sound. You watch the auroras flicker and fade, then glance back toward the equator, where sunlight glows softly on the curved horizon. The planet's rotation is dizzyingly fast. It completes a full turn in just 10 hours. You can see it spinning beneath you, clouds twisting in slow but unstoppable dance. Time feels different here, compressed by movement. The enormity of it fills you with quiet awe. Jupiter holds more mass than all the other planets combined, yet it carries itself with calm grace. It protects the inner worlds, catching comets and asteroids that might otherwise strike Earth. Its gravity shapes the paths of countless objects, a silent guardian, circling the Sunday. You think of that now, how even chaos can protect, how even a storm can be a shield. Scientists still wonder whether Jupiter once had the chance to become a star. It has the ingredients: hydrogen, helium, heat, but not the mass. It hovers forever between planet and star, a light that almost was. You drift above it, feeling that bittersweet balance, too big to be calm, too small to burn. Yet, somehow, it glows anyway. The moons appear now tiny dots against the black, each following its own orbit, each caught in Jupiter's immense gravity. You can see 4 of them clearly: the Galilean moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto. They move like dancers around their giant partner, their paths precise and harmonious. Each one is a world unto itself, with oceans, volcanoes, ice, and rock. You linger for a moment longer above the clouds, letting the rhythm of Jupiter's motion settle over you. The great red spot continues its eternal spin. The auroras pulse softly at the poles, and sunlight glows like liquid amber through the haze. The planet doesn't roar or rumble, it breathes, slow and steady, in patterns too vast to hear. You turn away at last, rising through the thinning atmosphere until the stripes fade into distance. Behind you, Jupiter glows like a marble painted in gold and crimson, majestic and still. Ahead, the darkness waits again, but this time, it doesn't feel empty. It feels full of promise, because where there is a giant, there are its moons. And each moon, you know, carries a secret of its own. You drift onward, following the glint of sunlight reflecting off distant ice. The moons of Jupiter are calling, their surfaces bright with mystery. The largest among them, Europa, shines like a silver coin in the dark. You smile softly and let the pull of curiosity carry you forward once more. You leave Jupiter's immense shadow behind and drift into the quiet company of its moons. They glide through space like pearls on invisible threads, each one luminous, each one unique. You can feel the pull of the planet even here, its gravity humming through the void like a distant drum. The first moon you approach burns with volcanic fire, Io. At first glance, Io looks alive in a way no other world has. Its surface is a mosaic of yellows, reds, and whites, sulfur and frost painted by eruption. You draw closer, and the colors become textures, layered like melted wax. Everywhere you look, volcanoes bloom from the surface, frozen mid-eruption, or still faintly glowing. You can see fountains of lava rising silently into space, hundreds of kilometers high, before falling back as incandescent rain. The air around it is faintly hazy, a trace of sulfur dioxide escaping into nothingness. Io is constantly reshaped, its crust forever melting and reforming under the strain of Jupiter's gravity. As the moon orbits, it's pulled and stretched by the competing gravities of Europa and Ganymede. The friction within keeps it hot, too hot, almost, but it endures. Scientists still marvel at its resilience, a body so small, yet constantly reborn through fire. You hover above the glowing plains, feeling that pulse, destruction and creation, dancing together forever. You move onward, and the color fades from fire to silver. Europa comes into view smooth, pale, and radiant under the sun's distant light. Its surface gleams with frozen water, crisscrossed by long, dark lines, like veins beneath glass. It looks fragile from afar, like a marble dusted with frost. But up close, you sense its strength. Those lines are cracks in a shell of ice, shifting and creaking as something stirs beneath. You drift low, and the light reflects softly off the icy plains. The airless silence makes the world feel even more serene. Scientists believe that beneath Europa's surface lies an ocean, a vast sea of liquid water kept warm by the same tidal forces that tear at Io. You imagine it now, hidden beneath kilometers of ice, an entire world of darkness and motion. There might be vents there, like the ones on Earth's ocean floor, where heat and minerals mingle to create life. No sunlight, no air, just energy and water, and yet, perhaps, something alive. Scientists still wonder whether life could truly exist there, tiny, patient organisms floating in eternal night. If it does, it would be the most profound quiet in the universe. Life without sound, without light, without witness. You drift above the frozen crust, imagining that deep ocean below, the gentle sway of unseen currents. The thought is calming. Even in silence, there can be movement. Even in darkness, there can be warmth. You rise slowly from Europa and continue toward the largest of the moons, Ganymede. It appears ahead like a planet in miniature, half rock, half ice, banded with ridges and plains. As you approach, you can see its faint auroras shimmering at the poles, dancing in the glow of Jupiter's magnetic field. Ganymede is unique. It has its own magnetic field, the only moon known to possess one. You can almost feel it brush against you, a soft vibration in the void. Its surface tells stories of both youth and age. Some regions are cratered and ancient, others smooth and fresh, reshaped by shifting ice. You drift over deep grooves that stretch for hundreds of kilometers, carved by tectonic motion beneath the frozen shell. Ganymede isn't static. It changes slowly, quietly, like a mountain breathing in its sleep. You pass above a vast crater rim that glitters faintly, where sunlight catches shards of ice embedded in rock. The light scatters around you like snowflakes, weightless and still. Beyond Ganymede lies Callisto, the outermost of Jupiter's great moons, a world untouched and old. It is darker than the others, its surface thick with craters upon craters, each marking an impact from long ago. You approach gently, hovering above a region so ancient that nothing new has shaped it for billions of years. Here, time has stopped. The ground is layered with history, every crater rim softened by the faint dust of eternity. Yet even here, there's beauty. The frost that coats the surface catches the sunlight, glinting faintly like distant stars. You pass over the great basin of Valhalla, a pattern of concentric rings that ripple outward for thousands of kilometers. It looks like the echo of a sound that never fades. You imagine the impact that formed it, a collision so powerful that it sent waves of stone rippling through the crust, and yet, in the aftermath, peace. The four moons move together through Jupiter's pull, locked in resonance. For every 4 orbits Io completes, Europa completes 2, and Ganymede 1. It's a rhythm that keeps them in balance, a celestial chord that never resolves, yet never breaks. You can almost hear it now, the harmony of motion, deep and resonant, echoing through the quiet. As you rise away from Callisto, you look back at Jupiter one last time. The planet glows in gold and rose, its clouds curling endlessly. The moons orbit like jewels, each casting its faint reflection onto the giant's surface. The sight feels eternal, a dance that began long before humans watched the sky and will continue long after memory fades. The space beyond the Jovian system feels wide and cool. The faint light of the sun reaches you as a thin wash of silver, and ahead, you can already glimpse something new. A halo of rings, delicate and faint, glimmers at the edge of perception. Saturn waits there, wrapped in elegance. You let Jupiter's gravity fall away and drift forward. The solar wind brushes past you once more, soft and cold. Behind you, the largest of the giants, turns slowly, patient as time itself. Ahead, the next world shimmers like a dream woven of ice and sunlight. You breathe deeply, letting the calm fill you again. Each world you've passed through has its own voice, its own rhythm. Jupiter's is strength and protection, a deep hum that steadies everything around it. Now you move toward a world of grace, a planet made of silence and rings, where light becomes art. You drift onward, past the last faint glow of Jupiter's realm, into a darkness flecked with frozen dust. Saturn rises ahead, luminous and pale, a vision of serenity waiting to be touched by light. You drift into Saturn's domain, where light and ice perform their endless dance. At first, the planet appears as a soft blur, pale gold wrapped in shadow. Then, slowly, the rings come into focus, spreading outward like ripples frozen in time. They stretch across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, yet they are thinner than a whisper, no thicker than a city block in some places. You glide toward them, weightless, as their glow grows brighter, turning from faint shimmer to silver fire. The sight is breathtaking. Millions of fragments, tiny grains of ice, boulders the size of houses circle the planet in perfect order, held by gravity's invisible hand. They move so fast that together they form stillness. From afar, the rings look solid, but as you approach, you see the truth. Endless space between every particle, harmony built from separation. It feels almost human, the way beauty can come from distance, the way silence can be made of motion. You reach the edge of the B ring, the brightest of them all. Sunlight reflects from every particle, scattering in all directions, until the entire region glows like dawn. You drift between the fragments, and they move around you gracefully. Some spin slowly, glinting like mirrors. Others drift close enough that you could almost reach out and touch them. They hum softly in your mind, a soundless vibration that feels like the universe breathing. Each fragment is made mostly of ice, mixed with dust and rock. Some are bright, pure, clean as glass. Others are darker, coated in soot from passing comets. Together, they create subtle color, the faintest bands of blue, gold, and gray, woven into one another. The sun shines through the gaps, turning the space between particles into liquid light. As you drift deeper into the rings, the planet fills the sky beneath you. Saturn's surface, if it can be called, that is a canvas of cloud and shadow. Broad bands wrap around its girth, each moving at its own speed. You can see storms larger than Earth drifting across its surface, their edges soft as brush strokes. The air glows faintly amber, thick with hydrogen and helium. Every motion here feels deliberate, like the slow spin of a dancer in eternal rhythm. Near the North Pole, a perfect hexagon rotates, a vast jet stream shaped into geometry by the planet's own winds. You hover above it, fascinated by the precision. It's no illusion. It's real, six-sided and stable, spinning for decades without fading. Scientists still wonder how it formed, how chaos could find such perfect symmetry in gas and motion. You watch the shape turn slowly, its edges glowing faintly in sunlight, a cosmic snowflake carved by storms. You look outward again, past the planet's curve to its many moons. Saturn has more than 80 known companions, each unique, each dancing within its gravity. Some carve gaps in the rings as they pass, their gravity shaping waves that ripple outward like music. You can see them now, tiny specks moving gracefully, sculpting beauty from orbit. Among them, one stands out, Titan. It glows faintly orange, wrapped in thick haze. From this distance, it looks mysterious and warm. You can sense that it holds secrets, unlike any other moon. But before you go, you linger among the rings a little longer. You pass over a region where the rings thin and darken the Cassini division, a gap carved by gravity's resonance. It's not empty. It holds smaller particles, fainter, quieter. The light here is dim, diffused, like moonlight filtered through fog. You reach out, and a shard of ice floats close, reflecting your reflection. It's impossibly delicate, crystalline, a fragment of frozen time. Saturn's rings are ancient, yet young-born perhaps, from the remnants of a moon that shattered long ago, or from icy debris that never coalesced. Scientists still debate their age. Some believe they are nearly as old as the solar system. Others think they formed only a few 100 million years ago, just yesterday, in cosmic terms. They may not last forever, either. Slowly, the particles spiral inward, drawn by Saturn's pull, falling like snow that will one day vanish into the planet's clouds. Beauty, even cosmic beauty, is temporary. You rise above the rings and look down. The sunlight reflects across them in a wide arc, and for a moment it looks like the halo of an angel spread across the night. Beyond, the stars seem dimmer, humbled by their radiance. You feel small, yet entirely at peace. The rings hum quietly, a vibration you can feel in your chest. It's the sound of balance, motion and stillness, gravity and grace. You move closer to the planet again, just above the upper clouds. The atmosphere is thick, but the light filtering through it gives everything a golden glow. You can see faint bands swirling slowly, and every so often, a white storm, the size of a continent, flashes into being, then fades. Saturn's storms are quieter than Jupiter's, more elegant, but no less powerful. They rise and dissipate like thoughts, brief, luminous, gone. Scientists have measured the planet's rotation and found it difficult to define. Saturn doesn't spin as one body. Its gases rotate at different speeds, depending on latitude and depth. Even time itself wavers here. The boundaries blur between minutes and centuries, motion and calm. You drift through that uncertainty and find comfort in it. From the shadows beneath the rings, Saturn's light changes. The particles block the sunlight in thin streaks, casting enormous, delicate patterns across the atmosphere below. The planet wears its own shadow like a scarf of darkness and light. You glide through that shadow, and the temperature seems to drop not physically, but emotionally. It feels like dusk, like the calm that comes after a long day of beauty. When you emerge again into full sunlight, the view takes your breath away. The rings stretch to infinity. The planet gleams below, and beyond it, all lies open space, quiet and deep. You turn slowly, watching the sunlight slide across ice and cloud, and for a moment, you forget where you are. There's no sense of distance, no boundary between you and the infinite. You look once more toward Titan, glowing faintly beyond the rings. The orange hue calls to you softly, a promise of strange skies and hidden lakes. You take one last look at Saturn's shimmering crown, before following that gentle light outward. The rings fade behind you, their music dimming to a whisper. As you drift toward Titan, the silence changes tone. It feels heavier, slower, filled with mist. You can almost smell it: thick air, cold rain, the faint tang of methane. The golden world awaits, shrouded in mystery and fog, a moon that breathes like a planet of its own. Titan rises from the darkness like a lantern wrapped in mist. At first, it appears as a faint orange glow, hazy, gentle, dreamlike. Then, as you draw nearer, the haze thickens into clouds that blur the edges of the world. The sunlight here is soft and filtered, never harsh, giving the moon an eternal twilight. It feels like dusk that never ends. You approach slowly, descending through the upper atmosphere. The air here is real, dense and tangible, heavy with nitrogen and methane. It is the only moon in the solar system with a thick atmosphere, and you can feel it, a slow resistance as you move through it. The air glows amber, the color of warm honey, and for the first time in a long while, you feel as though you're surrounded by something alive. The clouds ripple beneath you, smooth and endless, until they part, revealing a surface unlike anything you've seen before. Rivers snake across plains, glimmering faintly, but not with water. These rivers flow with liquid methane and ethane, hydrocarbons that move sluggishly through Titan's freezing cold. You hover above one of them, watching it curve through the haze, its surface reflecting the dim light of the distant Sunday. It looks so familiar, and yet, it belongs to an alien dream. The ground below is dark and soft, a mix of ice and organic compounds that crunch rather than crumble. The air is thick enough to scatter light. Shadows are muted, edges blurred. You drift lower and feel a sensation of calm, as though the moon itself is exhaling slowly. The wind here is gentle, moving through the haze in slow waves. It smells faintly, if you could smell it, of gasoline and frost. Titan's landscapes are strange but soothing. You glide over dunes that stretch for hundreds of kilometers, shaped not by sand but by frozen grains of carbon-rich ice. The dunes flow like quiet rivers, their crests smooth and unbroken. Between them lie flat plains that shimmer faintly with frost. Every few kilometers, you can see dark patches, lakes, and seas, pooled in low basins. Some are small and shallow, others are vast, stretching for hundreds of miles. You approach one now, and its stillness takes your breath away. The lake's surface is smooth as glass, perfectly reflecting the golden haze above. Ripples move slowly across it, stirred by a distant breeze. Scientists call this lake Kraken Mare, a sea of liquid methane larger than the Caspian on Earth. It is a place of silence so profound that even thought seems to echo. You hover above its shore, where icy pebbles glisten faintly under the pale light. It feels like standing at the edge of a dream. The air grows cooler as you linger. Titan's temperature is nearly negative 180 degrees Celsius, cold enough to freeze breath into crystal. Yet, despite the chill, the atmosphere gives a sense of shelter. The pressure here is gentle, enough to make you feel grounded after so much time in the vacuum of space. For the first time in your journey, you feel weight, not the crushing gravity of Earth, but a quiet, steady embrace. You drift farther inland, following the trace of a river that winds through valleys carved by liquid hydrocarbons. The landscape looks worn, shaped over millions of years. You can almost imagine rain falling here, soft and slow, and it does rain methane droplets that fall through the orange mist, evaporating, freezing, returning again in a strange, endless cycle. Titan has weather, seasons, clouds, storms. It feels like a world alive, even if the life it hosts is something beyond comprehension. Scientists still wonder what lies beneath Titan's crust. Radar scans hint at another ocean, this one of liquid water mixed with ammonia, buried deep below the surface. It may stretch across the entire moon, a hidden sea sealed under ice. Could it hold the chemistry of life, as Europa might? The thought makes you pause. Two moons, both cold, both isolated, yet both carrying oceans within. Perhaps the universe doesn't need warmth to create wonder. You drift higher now, the haze thickening once again. The sunlight filters through it like gold through milk. From above, the surface disappears, replaced by the soft glow of atmosphere. You can see faint flashes below, tiny bursts of lightning flickering within the clouds. Each one is silent, but they light up the mist for just an instant, like memories breaking through sleep. You rise toward the upper atmosphere, where the air grows thinner and colder. The orange fades into pale amber, then into near transparency. For a moment, you look back and see Titan's curve, a sphere of fog and light. It feels alive, breathing slowly beneath its veil. The rivers, the lakes, the clouds, all move in cycles as precise as clockwork, yet nothing rushes here. Everything unfolds at the pace of calm. You remember something a scientist once said, that Titan is a mirror of Earth, but frozen in time, a reflection of what our planet might have been before life began. You think of that now, watching the methane seas shimmer faintly. It's as though you're peering into the past, into a version of nature waiting for its spark. The sunlight grows weaker as you rise, the haze dissolving into blackness. Above the clouds, the stars return, sharp and clear. Saturn looms behind you, vast and golden, its rings casting thin shadows across Titan's glow. The moon moves through them gracefully, leaving faint waves in their structure. You can see them ripple behind it, subtle but beautiful, a sign that even here, motion leaves its mark. You take one last look down at the golden world below. It looks peaceful, soft, infinite. You imagine the quiet rain continuing to fall, the rivers gliding toward their frozen seas. Somewhere below, beneath layers of ice and time, an unseen ocean moves gently, patient as the stars. You realize that Titan doesn't need to be warm to be comforting. Its calm comes from depth, from slowness, from stillness that endures. You drift away at last, back toward open space. The golden haze fades behind you, replaced by the cool silver of distant light. The sun has grown smaller now, just a bright pearl far away. The space ahead is dimmer, quieter, colder, but you can sense something, waiting still farther out, an icy moon, whispering secrets through plumes of frost. Enceladus. You turn toward its faint glow, a small light beside Saturn's rings, and feel that quiet excitement again. Even among cold worlds, some hold warmth deep inside. You move forward, carried by curiosity and the slow rhythm of cosmic peace. Enceladus gleams ahead like a shard of pure ice, floating in the dark. Compared to Titan's golden haze, it is crisp and white, shining with the clean brilliance of new snow beneath the distant Sunday. As you draw closer, its surface comes into view, smooth plains, fractured ridges, and glittering scars that trace across its face like frozen rivers of light. It looks fragile, delicate, as though a single whisper might shatter it, but beneath that stillness lies a secret pulse. The moon is small, only a few hundred kilometers wide, yet it glows as though alive. The sunlight reflects from its icy crust, making it one of the brightest objects in the solar system. You drift slowly above it, watching shadows glide across the frozen ridges. Everything here gleams in shades of silver and blue. The light feels almost holy, the kind of light that belongs to silence. You move closer to the southern hemisphere, and there you see it. 4 long fissures running parallel across the surface, glowing faintly in the reflected light. Scientists call them tiger stripes, though they look more like cracks in crystal. You hover above them, and suddenly you see movement, tiny jets of vapor and ice particles erupting from the cracks, shooting hundreds of kilometers into space. They shimmer like ghostly fountains, glistening in the sunlight before falling back as snow. The sight is mesmerizing. Each plume rises in slow motion, graceful and quiet, spreading out into thin veils of mist. They look delicate, but they're powerful enough to carve valleys and feed Saturn's faint E-ring. The ring itself, far above, is made partly from these very particles, Enceladus sharing part of itself with its planet, over and over again. You watch the process unfold and feel something like wonder. Even in the coldest, most distant places, there is connection. You drift lower, through one of the plumes. The particles sparkle around you, each one a frozen droplet smaller than a grain of sand. They're made mostly of water, with traces of salt and organic molecules, the ingredients of life. They settle gently onto your skin like snowflakes that never melt. It feels like drifting through the breath of a sleeping world. Scientists still debate what powers these geysers. Beneath the ice, they believe, lies a global ocean kept liquid by tidal forces from Saturn's gravity. The moon flexes as it orbits, heating its core enough to sustain warmth far below. You imagine that ocean now dark, deep, and endless. The pressure there must be immense. The water heavy with dissolved minerals from the rocky floor. Hydrothermal vents may rise from the seabed, releasing warmth and chemicals into the water. On Earth, such vents teem with life, thriving without sunlight. Could the same be true here? The question lingers, soft and hopeful. Are we alone, or are we surrounded by invisible neighbors hidden beneath ice? You can almost hear the whisper of scientists echoing through time, each mission bringing new clues, each discovery deepening the mystery. The Cassini spacecraft once flew through these very plumes, tasting their particles. It found hints of organic chemistry, simple molecules that might be the building blocks of life. That knowledge hums quietly in the back of your mind. You float just above the icy surface, near one of the tiger stripes. The ground here glows faintly blue, dusted with fresh snow from the constant eruptions. The temperature is unimaginably low, yet beneath your feet, heat stirs from below. The cracks breathe warmth like veins beneath skin. You crouch and touch the surface hard, smooth, almost glassy. For a moment, you can imagine warmth rising through it, unseen but real. The silence here feels deeper than anywhere you've been. There is no atmosphere to carry sound, no wind to break stillness. Even your own breath seems to fade before reaching your ears. Yet the moon feels anything but empty. It feels awake, like something listening from beneath. The plumes continue to rise around you, quiet but full of purpose. You rise again, drifting over the glowing fissures. Below you, the surface is streaked with bright scars, marks of movement, as the ice expands and contracts. These are the moon's slow breaths, each shift creating fractures that release new geysers. The rhythm is steady, ancient, and endless. You realize you are witnessing a form of communication between inside and out the ocean speaking through the ice. Above the horizon, Saturn looms enormous, its rings cutting across the sky in a golden arc. The light from the planet reflects off Enceladus's surface, casting long shadows that curve like painted brushstrokes. It's as if the moon and planet are locked in conversation, exchanging light and dust. You drift within that glow, suspended between two worlds, a small one that gives, and a giant that receives. Scientists still wonder how deep Enceladus's ocean goes, and whether it touches the rocky mantle beneath. If it does, it could be a place where chemistry and energy meet, where life might begin quietly, without sunlight or sky. The thought feels gentle rather than grand. You picture tiny organisms drifting in the dark, living slow, simple lives, unaware that they hold one of the universe's greatest secrets. You look down once more, and the geysers catch your eye again. In the dim light, they glow softly, forming a thin halo around the moon. It looks like a frozen aurora, a gift of ice to the stars. The snow they release falls endlessly back to the surface, layering the moon in purity. Every flake is a fragment of memory, a record of the warmth below. As you rise higher, the plumes fade into faint mist, and Enceladus becomes a pearl against the black. You can see its reflection in Saturn's rings, a small, bright spark. You think of everything this tiny world has offered, the proof that even the smallest places can hold oceans, that even the coldest can hold warmth. The space ahead grows darker again. Saturn's golden light diminishes, replaced by the faint shimmer of distant starlight. You turn away slowly, carrying the serenity of Enceladus with you. It feels like leaving behind a heartbeat, steady and quiet. Beyond the orbit of Saturn lies a region even colder, even farther from the Sunday. Two more giants wait there, hidden in the blue of distance, Uranus and Neptune. You can see the faintest hint of turquoise ahead, glowing through the black like light seen through deep water. You breathe in the silence, the peace, the immensity. Then, once again, you drift forward, toward the edge of warmth and the beginning of infinity. The light ahead changes, shifting from gold to pale turquoise, as if you're drifting into the reflection of an ocean. The glow grows stronger until it fills your vision, a world wrapped in soft, silvery blue haze. Uranus, a planet that turns on its side, spinning like a rolling pearl across the black. From a distance, it looks serene, almost featureless, a sphere of quiet color suspended in darkness. But as you draw closer, the calm begins to whisper. The hue deepens from icy blue to aquamarine, delicate and cool. Sunlight here is weak, but it gives the planet an inner radiance, as if it glows from memory rather than heat. You drift through its faint upper atmosphere, and the air feels ghostly thin, made of hydrogen, helium, and methane. The methane absorbs red light, leaving only the tranquil blues behind. Everything around you feels hushed, like a long exhale that never ends. Uranus is unlike any other world. Its axis of rotation is tilted more than 90 degrees, lying almost flat against its orbit. It doesn't spin like a top, it rolls like a marble. One pole faces the sun for decades, bathed in endless daylight, while the other rests in darkness for just as long. The effect is hypnotic. You can almost imagine the planet turning slowly in its sleep, one eye open, one dreaming. Scientists still wonder how it came to be this way. Perhaps a colossal collision in its youth knocked it over, forever changing its rhythm. You float through faint, wispy bands of clouds. They move so slowly that they seem painted onto the atmosphere. Occasionally, a thin storm appears, a soft oval of white drifting against the blue. The winds here are swift, though they whisper rather than roar, moving faster than sound but so high above the surface that they leave no trace. The temperature drops to unimaginable lows, colder than any place you've yet been. This is the coldest planet in the solar system, with some regions reaching -224 degrees Celsius. The air doesn't feel sharp, though it feels quiet, empty of urgency, filled instead with stillness. You descend a little deeper, though there is no surface to reach. Beneath the clouds lies an ocean of ice and compressed gases, strange forms of matter that behave neither like solid nor liquid. Ammonia and water blend under enormous pressure, creating something in between, a slush that flows like thought. The boundary between air and core blurs, as if the planet itself doesn't wish to be defined. You glance back toward the sunlight, now a faint white glow in the distance. Even here, the sun still touches Uranus, its light taking hours to arrive but never failing to reach. The shadows are soft, diffused through the haze. You can almost forget how far you've traveled. As you drift along the outer layers, you notice something unexpected: rings, faint, narrow, and dark. They're not like Saturn's shimmering halos, but more like thin brushstrokes of charcoal drawn across the sky. You pass through one, and small particles flash by dust and rock, fragments left from moons long gone. The particles clink softly in your imagination, like tiny pieces of glass tumbling in slow motion. Beyond the rings, Uranus's moons drift like pale companions. They are small, irregular, and strange, each named after characters from Shakespeare: Miranda, Ariel, Umbriel, Titania, Oberon. You catch sight of Miranda first, a fractured world scarred by cliffs that stretch for kilometers. Some scientists believe it was shattered and reassembled long ago, its surface stitched back together by gravity. It looks like a patchwork of memories, pieced together with quiet determination. You drift above its deep canyons, their shadows reaching into endless dusk. Ariel, by contrast, gleams with smoother ice plains, brighter and newer. Sunlight reflects faintly from its ridges, shimmering like faint frost. Umbriel, darker, sleeps in shadow, absorbing more light than it reflects. Titania and Oberon are older, their surfaces marked by ancient craters, softened by ice. Together, They circle Uranus in silence, each one keeping its distance, each one holding its own kind of beauty. You drift between them, watching their paths overlap like strands of silk. They orbit gracefully, their motion steady and slow. The sunlight glances off their icy surfaces, scattering faint blue glimmers into the dark. It feels like you're moving through a frozen ballet, graceful, deliberate, eternal. Scientists still debate what lies deep within Uranus. Beneath the icy mantle may rest a rocky core, perhaps surrounded by oceans of superpressurized water and ammonia. The pressure there is so great that some believe carbon may form diamonds, falling like rain through the depths. You imagine that now diamond storms, sparkling silently in the blue darkness, glittering for an eternity no one will ever see. The image makes you smile. Even in such cold, the planet finds a way to create brilliance. You rise higher again, leaving the upper atmosphere. The faint rings glint once more, then fade into black. Uranus rotates slowly beneath you, turning on its side, in a way that feels both peculiar and peaceful. Its motion has no rush, no urgency, just patience. You think of it as a planet that has accepted its strangeness, content to spin in its own direction forever. You turn your gaze outward once more. The turquoise hue of Uranus fades behind you, replaced by a deeper, richer blue ahead. Farther still, a darker, more distant world waits Neptune, the last of the giants, cold but fierce, quiet but alive. You can already feel its presence, a faint pull, a promise of motion beneath the stillness. You take one final look back at Uranus, glowing softly in the sunlight. Its color fades into the black, its rings vanish into shadow. You remember its calm, its tilted rhythm, its quiet acceptance of being different. It feels almost human, the way it carries its oddness with grace. You turn back toward the deep blue ahead and drift forward again, past the edge of Uranus's kingdom, into colder light. The space between you and Neptune shrinks slowly, and the stars begin to thin. The sun now is just a pale pinprick, its warmth more memory than reality. You move through that silence easily, unhurried. After all, the farther you travel, the quieter the universe becomes, and there is beauty in that quiet. At first, Neptune seems like a dream at the edge of sight, a faint sapphire flickering in the dark, almost shy in its glow. But as you drift closer, its color deepens into something extraordinary. It is the bluest world you've ever seen, not the soft blue of Earth, nor the pale glow of Uranus, but a deep, resonant indigo, like twilight frozen into a sphere. The sunlight that reaches it is weak, barely a whisper, yet the planet radiates its own quiet brilliance. You approach slowly, feeling that hue wrap around you like silk. The atmosphere is made of hydrogen, helium, and methane, the same simple gases found elsewhere, but here, they blend in perfect proportion to catch the faint light of the sun and scatter it into beauty. The air glows from within, a living ocean of blue. As you near the upper clouds, you notice movement subtle at first, then powerful. Neptune is alive with storms. Its winds are the fastest in the solar system, roaring at more than 2,000 kilometers per hour, though you hear nothing. The silence makes the motion all the more haunting. Massive spirals of cloud drift below you, pale against the dark backdrop. They move with elegance, swirling and fading like ink spreading through water. Near the equator, you spot a darker patch, a vast oval, deep navy, against the lighter blue, the Great Dark Spot. It's a storm, a sibling to Jupiter's Great Red Spot, though younger and more restless. Unlike its counterpart, Neptune's vortexes appear and vanish, born and gone within years. You drift above it now, watching its edge ripple with white clouds of frozen methane. They sparkle faintly, catching the distant sunlight like diamonds scattered on a stormy sea. You hover in that thin light, and for a moment, the storm seems almost peaceful, its winds so vast and smooth that you feel no motion. It's as though the planet breathes beneath you, exhaling clouds that curl in silence. Scientists still wonder why Neptune, so far from the Sun, burns with such energy. Its core radiates more heat than it receives, as if something deep within still stirs a lingering fire that refuses to die. You descend slightly, passing through the upper haze. The light dims, turning from azure to cobalt, from cobalt to indigo. The air grows thicker with ice crystals that drift and shimmer as they fall. It feels like floating through a night sky made of dusted glass. You catch glimpses of brighter streaks, cirrus clouds of methane, stretched thin across the atmosphere like silver threads. They move swiftly, yet gracefully, in winds that circle the planet in mere hours. There is a rhythm here, though not a steady one. Neptune spins fast one rotation every 16 hours, but its storms move at their own pace, crossing the planet like drifting thoughts. You can almost sense the currents pulling against each other, a dance of chaos hidden beneath tranquility. Far below, in the deep layers of the planet, pressures rise to extremes. The gases compress into strange forms, ice that behaves like liquid, hydrogen that thickens into metallic fluid. It's a place of perpetual twilight, a world without surface or sky, where matter itself changes identity. Scientists still debate what lies at Neptune's core. Perhaps a rocky center the size of Earth, wrapped in mantles of water, ammonia, and methane ice, or perhaps something more fluid, more elusive. The deeper you imagine going, the more it feels like descending into mystery itself. You rise again, drawn toward the faint light above. From this altitude, the curve of Neptune stretches beneath you, endless blue fading into black. Wisps of white clouds drift across the horizon, glowing softly in the weak sunlight. You realize that despite its distance, Neptune isn't dark. It reflects light, like hope, subtle but steady. You look outward, and a tiny, silvery dot catches your attention. It orbits Neptune, like a faithful shadow Triton, its largest moon. You glide toward it slowly, watching as the blue planet recedes behind you. Triton's surface grows clearer with each moment, pale, pinkish, white, smooth in some regions, ridged and rippled in others. It glows faintly, like frost in moonlight. You touch down softly on Triton's frozen plains. The ground is made of nitrogen ice, so cold it would shatter steel. Yet, as you stand there, you notice faint movement. Geysers, plumes of gas and dust, erupt from the surface, rising kilometers high before drifting sideways in the thin air. They leave dark streaks across the landscape, delicate as ink brushed on snow. You realize this world, too, is alive in its own way, breathing quietly, exhaling warmth from below. Scientists believe Triton was once a wandering body, captured long ago by Neptune's gravity. Its orbit is backward retrograde, meaning it circles opposite to the planet's rotation. Over time, that imbalance will pull it closer, until one day, far in the future, it may be torn apart by tidal forces, its remnants forming a new ring around Neptune. You gaze at it now, this reluctant moon, and feel a strange compassion. To be captured, to orbit backward, to exist out of rhythm, and yet to endure. You wander across Triton's plains, where the sunlight is dim but steady. The sky above is a deep gradient, Neptune's blue glow faintly lighting the horizon. You can almost feel the gravity of the planet beyond, holding its moon in quiet tension. Beneath the ice, there may be a hidden ocean here as well, warmed by tidal flexing, like those beneath Europa and Enceladus. The thought of 3 distant oceans, each sealed in darkness, feels like a promise whispered by the cosmos, that life, perhaps, does not need sunlight to begin, only time and quiet persistence. The wind here is a whisper, carrying fine grains of nitrogen ice that glitter as they fall. You scoop a handful and let it drift from your palm. It hangs in the air, weightless, shimmering like powdered glass. The silence around you is absolute, yet not empty. It feels as though the universe is holding its breath. You rise again, leaving Triton's frozen beauty behind. Below you, Neptune glows softly in the dark, its storms turning endlessly, its energy undiminished by distance. You can see faint arcs of rings encircling it, thin, barely visible, but there, all the same. They look like faint brushstrokes around a gemstone. As you drift outward, Neptune begins to fade. The color softens, the light grows fainter. The last of the sunlight scatters across its atmosphere like ripples on deep water. You realize that you are nearing the edge, the final reach of the known worlds. Beyond Neptune lies the Kuiper Belt, the twilight realm where ice and dust keep watch at the border of the sun's domain. You take one last look back at the blue world and its quiet moon. They shimmer together like memory, distant, cold, and full of grace. Ahead, space stretches vast and dim, a place where time itself seems to slow. You feel the pull of curiosity once more, that same soft gravity that's carried you through every world so far. You turn toward the darkness, ready to follow the faint glimmer that lies beyond the known planets. There, in the outskirts of the solar system, a tiny heart-shaped world waits patiently in the cold. Pluto. The darkness deepens as you drift beyond Neptune's pale glow. The sun is just a pinprick now, a distant lamp, weak and lonely in the far-off black. Around you, space feels different here, more fragile, more sacred. It's the threshold between the worlds that glow and the ones that whisper. You are entering the Kuiper Belt, the outer frontier of the solar system, where billions of frozen bodies move in patient silence. Somewhere among them, a tiny world waits with a story of its own. Pluto. You spot it at last, a faint golden glimmer, small and shy, orbiting within the vast quiet. It's hard to believe this world once carried the title of planet, standing proudly among the giants. But as you approach, you understand that names don't matter here. What matters is presence, the soft persistence of light in darkness. The world comes into focus slowly. Its surface shines faintly, mottled with patches of pale cream, rusty brown, and brilliant white. It looks fragile, like a snow globe left in space. Yet as you draw closer, you see its texture: mountains of solid ice, plains of frozen nitrogen, valleys carved by invisible winds. The light from the distant sun touches everything with softness, giving Pluto an almost ethereal glow. You descend toward the heart-shaped region that glistens on its surface. Sputnik Planitia, a vast plain of nitrogen ice, smooth as glass, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. From above, it looks calm, but beneath the stillness, slow currents move. The ice here behaves like a liquid, flowing over time, reshaping the land. You hover low and can see faint ridges where the surface buckles, like wrinkles on a sleeping face. Pluto's mountains rise nearby, some taller than the Rockies, made not of stone but of water, ice as hard as granite in this cold. They glint faintly in sunlight, their slopes etched with shadows. You can see mist clinging to their bases, hazy and fragile. That mist isn't fog, as you know it. It's the planet's thin atmosphere, mostly nitrogen, mixed with traces of methane. In Pluto's weak gravity, the gas hugs the surface like a veil, shimmering faintly with frost crystals. As you move through it, the air feels like memory there, but barely. The temperature is so low that gases freeze if they rise too high. The atmosphere collapses and reforms, with each orbit breathing in rhythm with the planet's long journey around the Sunday. A single year here lasts 248 Earth years. The sun rises and sets in slow motion, its warmth taking decades to fade, decades more to return. You drift farther north, and the terrain changes. Vast plains give way to jagged hills and shadowed valleys, their floors coated in darker ice. Some regions glisten red from tholins, organic compounds formed when sunlight interacts with methane. They paint Pluto's surface in subtle shades, giving it the faint blush of rust or rose. The colors feel alive, not vibrant, but tender, like watercolor bleeding through snow. Scientists still wonder whether Pluto's interior hides an ocean beneath all this ice. The planet's heart-shaped basin might have once held a sea, or perhaps it still does, a liquid water layer trapped by heat and pressure deep below. If it exists, it may remain for billions of years, a secret sea sealed away from the stars. You picture it now, dark, calm, unchanging, an ocean that's never known waves, never touched light, but endures all the same. You rise gently above the horizon. The sun gleams faintly, no brighter than a star, but it casts a faint glow across the landscape. Long shadows stretch for miles, and the ice reflects light like brushed silver. You turn and see another glow beside Pluto, a smaller sphere, pale and loyal, orbiting close by. Charon. You drift toward it, and as you do, the two worlds seem to dance together. They are locked in tidal embrace, always showing each other the same face. If you stood on Pluto, Charon would never move across the sky. It would hang there forever, still and silent, watching. Their connection is absolute gravity holding them in perfect balance, each pulling the other just enough to stay bound. Charon's surface is darker, rougher, with canyons deeper than any on Earth. Its color shifts between grays and muted reds, like a weathered stone under soft light. You land near the rim of a massive canyon and look out. The horizon curves slowly, the stars steady and unblinking. You realize that the silence here is the most complete you've ever felt. It's not emptiness, it's rest, the kind of quiet that exists after all sound has faded, when the universe simply listens to itself. Looking up, you see Pluto glowing faintly in the dark sky. Its heart-shaped plane shines like frost under starlight. The faint halo of its atmosphere stretches into the void, a soft blur against blackness. You imagine the two worlds exchanging light, one gold, one gray, each illuminating the other. It feels intimate, like an old friendship that endures without words. You step lightly, your weight almost nothing. The ground crunches underfoot, but the sound is imagined. There is no air here to carry it. The cold is immeasurable, yet the sight before you warms you in a quiet way. Beyond Pluto and Charon, the stars seem closer, sharper. You can almost see their light bending through the thin haze of Pluto's atmosphere, scattering into faint halos. Scientists still wonder what else lies out here, beyond even Pluto. The Kuiper Belt stretches for billions of kilometers, filled with frozen bodies like Eris, Haumea, and Makemake, each small, each strange, each holding its own story. Some may have moons, others may hide their own faint atmospheres, and beyond them all, perhaps, lies the true frontier, the Oort cloud, where the sun's gravity finally releases its hold. You stand for a long while, letting the view settle inside you. Pluto glows softly on the horizon. Charon hangs in the dark, and between them, the faint light of the sun still reaches, gentle and persistent. It's strange, you think, how, even this far away, there is still warmth, not of heat, but of light that refuses to disappear. You lift off once more, rising above the twin worlds. They spin together below you, slow and graceful. You can see their shadows merge and drift apart across the faint frost. From this distance, they almost look like two halves of the same thought. As you turn away, the light of the sun grows even smaller. You are leaving the realm of the planets now, entering the edge where our solar system begins to blur into the vastness beyond. The space here feels ancient, untouched. Ahead, A faint haze glimmers a wall of light where the solar wind meets the interstellar medium, the heliopause, the edge of the sun's breath. You move toward it slowly, carrying the piece of Pluto with you. Behind, the worlds you visited shrink into memory, each one a whisper, each one alive in its own quiet way. Ahead, there is only darkness, and yet, you feel no fear. You have come to understand that even in silence, even in cold, the universe hums with quiet purpose. The light from the sun has thinned to the faintest thread, a fragile beam stretched across billions of kilometers. You are now drifting beyond the familiar, the great expanse where the solar system begins to dissolve into starlight. Ahead, the dark glows softly with a silvery mist, the heliosphere's final boundary. This is the place where the sun's influence ends and interstellar space begins. You slow your pace and let the silence settle. It feels different here, denser somehow, yet lighter. The solar wind, that constant flow of charged particles streaming from the sun, has weakened to a whisper. Its pressure fades against the oncoming breath of the galaxy. The boundary between them, known as the heliopause, isn't a line, but a gradual shift, a mingling of two great winds meeting in peace. You glide through the heliosheath, where the last traces of solar particles drift like faint sparks in the void. They catch what little light remains, glimmering briefly before fading. Each one began its journey from the fiery surface of the sun, months or years ago, carrying warmth across billions of kilometers. Now, they rest, slowing, surrendering to the vast calm beyond. You imagine them as embers cooling in an infinite night. A distant memory follows you here, the image of Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, the twin spacecraft that left Earth decades ago, now wandering this same frontier. Their golden records still spin silently, carrying greetings, music, and the sounds of home. Somewhere out here, those tiny travelers continue their journey, human artifacts in eternal exile. You look around and imagine them drifting nearby, their antennas pointed forever toward a sun that's now only a star among many. You pass through the last traces of the heliosphere, and the stars seem to brighten all at once. The darkness deepens, yet paradoxically, it feels clearer. The sun's influence no longer softens their light. You can see the Milky Way stretching across the void, like a river of silver dust, each star a whisper from another time. You feel as though you've stepped outside a cathedral, and now see the universe itself as it truly is, vast, ancient, and endlessly serene. Turning back, you can still see the solar system, faint and small. The planets are invisible now, their orbits nothing but ideas. Yet the sun remains a dim spark, still pulsing faintly in the dark. It's hard to believe that every world you've visited circles that single light. From this distance, it's not a ruler of planets, but just another star among billions. And still, its glow feels like home. You drift along the boundary for a while, watching the cosmic rays dance. Out here, the interstellar medium hums faintly, a mixture of hydrogen, dust, and ancient starlight. The temperature is barely above absolute zero, but even here, energy flows. You can feel it as a vibration through space, a slow, patient rhythm that connects everything. The universe breathes, you realize. It exhales particles, light, and gravity, and somewhere else, other suns inhale. You pause to take in the scale. Behind you, the solar system, every planet, every moon, every orbit, fits within a single point of light. Ahead, the galaxy stretches forever. It's easy to feel small here, but not insignificant. Smallness, you understand now, is not the same as emptiness. It is intimacy on a cosmic scale, the way a grain of sand still belongs to the beach, the way a drop of water belongs to the ocean. You turn slightly, and a faint glint catches your attention. It's dust, microscopic particles drifting through the edge of the heliosphere. They reflect starlight faintly, creating a subtle glow that curves across space. It looks almost like a veil, the solar system's final halo. You glide through it, the particles brushing past like snowflakes in slow motion. Each one is ancient, some older than the planets themselves. They've traveled through space for billions of years, gathering memories of stars that lived and died long before the sun was born. Scientists still wonder how far the heliosphere truly extends. Voyager 1 crossed it in 2012, Voyager 2 inches 2018. But even now, the edge keeps shifting with the breath of solar wind. The boundary expands and contracts like a living thing, responding to the heartbeat of the Sunday. You can almost feel that pulse still, faint but steady, a connection that never fully breaks. You drift a little farther and turn back one last time. From here, the solar system looks like a single golden point, surrounded by a faint, glowing haze. The planets are gone, but their presence lingers in the light. It's humbling to think that everything, every color, every wind, every ocean, fits into that single spark. You look forward again. The stars ahead are bright, sharp, and countless. Between them lies true interstellar space, a realm where no sunlight ever reaches, where gravity moves with the patience of eternity. You can sense distant systems out there, each with its own warmth, its own planets, perhaps its own lives dreaming under alien skies. You let your mind wander. You imagine other suns with their own rings, their own moons, their own frozen oceans. Perhaps somewhere, another traveler drifts through the same quiet, looking back toward their own home star. The thought feels comforting. Even across light years, silence can be shared. You pass into the interstellar medium fully now, beyond the sun's protection. The cosmic rays here are stronger, more ancient. They whisper of long journeys, of stars that have come and gone, of galaxies colliding and merging in slow, graceful violence. The scale is unfathomable, but you no longer need to measure it. You've learned that the universe doesn't ask to be understood, it only asks to be witnessed. You close your eyes and listen. There is no sound, but there is rhythm. No warmth, but there is light. Even here, far beyond all familiar worlds, you feel surrounded by quiet purpose. The stars pulse gently, distant yet near, their light older than memory. Somewhere behind you, the sun still shines, still breathes, still holds its family of worlds together. And though you are far beyond them now, the connection remains a thread of gravity, of light, of belonging. You take a deep, steady breath, though there is no air to fill your lungs, only the awareness of calm. You have crossed the edge of the solar system, stepped into infinity, and found that infinity too is peaceful. Ahead lies the galaxy, vast and luminous. Behind, the story of the worlds continues, quietly spinning in their endless circles of light. And as you drift onward into that vastness, you understand there is no real edge, no true end, only expansion, only the soft continuation of wonder. The silence out here feels infinite, yet it isn't empty. It hums with the faintest vibration of starlight. You've left the solar system far behind, and still, the pulse of its warmth lingers somewhere within you. The stars ahead glow with clarity, free of distortion, as if you're floating in the heart of a crystal. Each one flickers, not like a flame, but like a thought, steady, eternal, serene. You drift between them, following no path and every path at once. The light from nearby stars spills across you in faint hues of gold, blue, and white. Some shine sharp and young, others dim and red, nearing the end of their long, luminous lives. The airless void feels strangely alive, filled with radiation, dust, and whispers from the past. The universe, you realize, is never truly still. A nearby star catches your attention. It glows softly amber, surrounded by a delicate disk of dust. You glide toward it, feeling the faint warmth growing stronger. The star is smaller than the sun, but its light is steady, calm. Around it, you can see the traces of new worlds forming rings of debris, slowly coalescing into planets. Tiny points of rock and ice swirl through the faint golden haze, their orbits patient and sure. This is a young system, still in its first breaths of existence. You pass through the dust and see it sparkle like powdered diamond. Each grain reflects the light of its star, shimmering for a heartbeat before vanishing back into shadow. You drift through it carefully, like moving through the remains of a cosmic sunrise. The scene feels sacred, an echo of what your own solar system must have once been, long before Earth cooled and bloomed with oceans. You approach one of the forming planets, no larger than a moon, yet glowing faintly with heat. Its surface churns with molten rock, rippling like liquid fire. The light is mesmerizing, but the air around it shimmers with intensity. This world is still being born, its crust rising and falling in waves, its gravity gathering the dust around it like a mother gathering children close. You watch from above, letting the warmth paint your vision. There is something deeply soothing about creation unfolding in silence. Scientists have seen such disks around distant stars through telescopes, but up close, the process feels almost alive. Each grain of dust collides, sticks, and merges, driven by gravity's patient insistence. Over millions of years, these tiny particles will become pebbles, then stones, then worlds. The universe doesn't rush. It builds slowly, deliberately, with infinite calm. You leave the glowing planet behind and turn your gaze outward again. The star at the center flickers softly, its light refracted through the dust. It reminds you of the sun, smaller, cooler, but filled with the same quiet determination to shine. Around it, you can see faint ripples in the gas disk, spirals shaped by the forming worlds. They look like brushstrokes in motion, delicate and perfect. You drift outward from the star's warmth, and the light fades gradually, replaced again by deep black. The space between stars is immense, but it doesn't feel lonely anymore. You've come to see the dark, not as absence, but as rest, the space that allows light to breathe. You begin to notice the background glow around you, the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe. It's faint, nearly imperceptible, but it fills every direction equally, the afterglow of creation itself. You pause to listen to that ancient echo. It's not a sound, but a vibration, a wave stretched across time. It's the universe's first whisper, a murmur left over from when everything began. Scientists have measured its faint temperature, just a few degrees above absolute zero. Yet in that tiny warmth lies the memory of everything, the birth of stars, galaxies, and all that followed. You imagine it like the breath of a sleeping giant, still exhaling after billions of years. You let that thought settle inside you. The idea that everything you've seen, the sun, the planets, the dust around newborn stars, all of it came from this single, silent expansion. It's both humbling and comforting, like realizing that every note of a symphony can be traced back to one original sound. Far ahead, you see another glow, faint and soft. It isn't a star, but a cluster, a gathering of hundreds of suns bound together by gravity. They glitter in hues of gold and silver, packed so closely that their light overlaps. You move toward them, drifting through the outskirts first. The cluster feels alive, humming faintly with gravitational harmony. Each star pulls on the others in a delicate balance, like beads on a string woven by invisible hands. As you move closer, you notice something beautiful. Many of the stars here are paired, binary systems, where two suns orbit one another in slow, elegant dance. You watch one pair for a while, the smaller companion glowing orange, the larger blue, white, and bright. They orbit a shared center, always apart, yet always connected. You imagine standing on a planet that circles them both, watching twin sunsets cast two overlapping shadows across the ground. The airless space around them shimmers faintly with their combined light. The dust between them glows softly, as if illuminated from within. You can see distant comets weaving through the cluster, their tails faint, fragile threads of vapor. The cluster itself moves slowly through the galaxy, carrying its stars like a drifting lantern through an endless night. Scientists still wonder, how many stars have planets like Earth? How many of those planets might breathe or bloom with life? Out here, surrounded by so many suns, it seems inevitable that some do. You can almost feel the quiet pulse of those worlds, hidden and far away, dreaming their own dreams under unfamiliar skies. You rise above the cluster, looking down on it from afar. The stars form a dense, glowing heart at the center, fading outward into silver dust. The whole thing looks like a glowing seed, suspended in darkness, waiting to sprout galaxies of its own. You realize then that this is the universe's rhythm, birth and quiet, motion and pause. The same pattern repeats from atoms to stars to galaxies. The same calm heartbeat echoes across every scale. You drift away again, back into the open dark. The light of the cluster fades, but its peace stays with you. Ahead lies more vastness, more silence. The journey feels endless, but not tiring. You've learned to move at the universe's pace, to flow, not rush. Each world, each star, each silence has been a step in the same quiet story. As you float onward, a thought comes to you, soft and certain. You are not lost. You are part of this vast, breathing calm, this eternal unfolding. The universe doesn't end where light fades. It only becomes still enough to listen. The cluster's light dissolves behind you until only a handful of stars remain distant, steady, and faint. You are now deep within the galactic sea. It stretches in every direction, black and brilliant at once, its vast arms curling through eternity. You drift silently through its expanse, where time feels both infinite and slow. There is no up here, no down, only the rhythm of gravity and the quiet shimmer of countless suns. You turn your gaze to the horizon of stars, and there, like a veil of silver mist, you see it, the Milky Way, your home galaxy. From this vantage, it is both near and far, a glowing spiral, unfurling in delicate arcs, its light braided with dust and darkness. Each strand is a river of stars, each spark a sun with its own story. You glide toward one of its arms, and the sheer scale humbles you. There are hundreds of billions of stars here, each separated by unimaginable distance. Yet together, they create something soft, luminous, and whole. As you move deeper into the galactic arm, you pass through regions where starlight seems to gather in clouds. These are nebulae, immense, colorful cradles of creation. The first you encounter glows crimson and violet, a swirling field of hydrogen gas illuminated by the birth of new stars within. You drift closer, and the light begins to surround you, soft and fluid, moving like waves through translucent silk. The gas is so thin that you could travel for light years and still feel nothing against your skin, yet it looks dense, rich, alive. Inside the nebula, faint sparks shimmer protostars forming in the folds of gas and dust. You can see their glow intensify, pulsing gently as gravity gathers them together. They will spend millions of years like this, hidden, growing, learning how to burn. You realize you are witnessing the universe's quiet artistry, the slow transformation of darkness into light. One of the forming stars catches your attention, a sphere of golden light, barely born, surrounded by a halo of dust. You can see the first signs of planets beginning to form around it, just as you saw before. It feels like a memory repeating itself, a rhythm that binds the cosmos together. The light from the young star warms the surrounding gas, causing it to ripple in soft gradients of color. You drift through them, bathed in red and gold, and it feels like floating through the breath of creation. You leave the nebula slowly, and the colors fade into the calm of space once again. The blackness feels deeper now, but also more comforting, like the pause between notes in a song. Ahead lies a region of the galaxy, rich with stars of every kind: blue giants, blazing hot and brief, red dwarfs, glowing cool and eternal, and everything in between. You drift among them, and their light reflects across your skin like ripples on water. You approach a cluster of blue-white stars, young and restless, burning with fierce energy. They are only a few million years old infants, by cosmic standards. Their light is intense, their gravity sculpting the space around them. Between them, thin ribbons of gas flow, pulled and stretched by their combined forces. It looks like silk caught in wind, luminous and alive. You can almost sense their conversation, the magnetic fields intertwining, the radiation brushing across your thoughts like faint static. Farther out, the blue fades into softer golds and oranges, the light of older stars. One of them pulsates rhythmically, brightening and dimming every few days. A Cepheid variable. Scientists once used such stars to measure the distance across the cosmos. You watch its glow expand and contract, breathing like a living heart. Its pulse is steady, patient, predictable. There's something deeply comforting about that constancy, the way even stars have their own rhythm, their own form of calm. You continue drifting, passing through a region where the stars thin and shadows deepen. Here, immense structures of dust block the light, creating dark lanes that weave through the galaxy like rivers of shadow. But even in the darkness, there is form. Within these cold, silent clouds, gravity works in secret, gathering matter to one day ignite. The stars are sleeping here, waiting for their turn to shine. As you pass through one of these dark regions, you notice faint sparks ahead, tiny flashes of blue and red. They're not stars, but pulsars, neutron stars spinning faster than thought, sending beams of radiation across the cosmos like lighthouses in the dark. You can sense their rotation as a rhythm, a cosmic heartbeat clicking through space. Each pulse marks the passage of time, not in seconds, but in perfect precision, reliable for millions of years. You drift near one and feel its gravity, strong and strange, bending light itself. The space around it hums faintly, as though tuned to the deepest possible note. Scientists still wonder what lies inside a neutron star. It's matter crushed beyond imagination, where atoms lose their boundaries and collapse into pure density. A teaspoon of its material would weigh more than a mountain. Yet despite its violence, it radiates peace, the peace of endurance, of order beneath intensity. You drift onward, past the pulsar's silent rhythm, and the galaxy opens again. The stars here seem to blur into a gentle glow, like candlelight reflected on water. You realize you are looking toward the galactic core. It stretches before you as a brilliant, golden fog of light. Billions of stars crowded so closely together that they blur into one luminous mass. It's mesmerizing, like a hearth at the center of everything. You approach slowly, and the density of stars increases. Their light fills every direction, a radiant haze that glows with timeless warmth. It feels both intimate and overwhelming, a reminder that even in the largest scales, beauty comes from togetherness. At the very heart of it all, you sense something powerful, a gravity well so deep that even light cannot escape. The supermassive black hole, Sagittarius A*. You do not see it directly. You see its influence the way stars swirl around it, like dancers circling an unseen partner. Their orbits are perfect ellipses, measured in centuries. The black hole itself is silent, invisible, but its presence is undeniable. It isn't destruction, it's unity. It holds the galaxy together through its immense gravity, the unseen center that gives shape to all. You linger there, watching the stars spin in slow, elegant arcs. The scene feels eternal, an endless waltz played in silence. The black hole hums at the edge of perception, a vibration deeper than sound, steady and profound. Scientists still wonder what lies beyond its event horizon, whether time stops there, whether space folds, whether information is lost or merely transformed. The mystery is endless, but not frightening. It feels, somehow, like peace beyond comprehension. You drift away slowly from the core, following a path of fading light. Behind you, the galaxy glows softly, whole and calm. Ahead lies open intergalactic space, vast, dark, and waiting. You have seen creation, motion, rhythm, and rest. You have watched stars born, live, and fade. And now, you move toward the space between galaxies, where silence becomes so complete it feels like the breath of eternity itself. You take one last look at the Milky Way, a spiral of light turning gently in the void. From here, it looks fragile, delicate, like frost on glass. Yet it endures, spinning quietly for billions of years more. You feel its gravity tug at you faintly, a reminder that, even at the edge of infinity, belonging never fully fades. You breathe in that thought, steady and soft, and drift forward into the dark that connects all things. You drift beyond the Milky Way's soft spiral glow and enter the vast gulf between galaxies. The light behind you dims until it becomes a distant swirl, a luminous memory fading into deep black. Ahead, the darkness thickens, but it's not emptiness. It's space, alive with quiet potential, filled with invisible dust, drifting gas, and the faint hum of gravity weaving unseen bridges between the stars. You slow your movement, letting your senses adjust. The scale here is incomprehensible. Millions of light years stretch between galaxies. Even light, tireless and eternal, would take eons to cross the distance. Yet despite that vastness, faint shapes emerge in the distance. Smudges of silver, halos of faint light, galaxies. Each one holds billions of suns, each sun a potential cradle for life, warmth, and stories you'll never know. You glide toward the nearest one, and as it comes into focus, you see its spiral arms unfurling like the petals of a cosmic flower. The core burns golden, surrounded by whirls of blue and white. Star-forming regions glow like blossoms, bright, luminous knots of gas and dust, pink and azure against the deep black. You realize you're looking at an island of light, adrift in an infinite sea. You pass close enough to see the details of its spiral arms, where clusters of young stars blaze like constellations. Their light is fierce and new, cutting through the clouds that birthed them. You drift between two arms, where the density thins and the stars grow sparse. The emptiness here is soothing. It feels like the spaces between breaths, the pauses that make the music of existence possible. You pause and gaze toward the galaxy's heart. The stars there move in endless orbits around a dark core, much like the one you saw in the Milky Way. Everything in balance, everything held together by gravity's quiet insistence. You think of the invisible threads connecting every star, every planet, every atom. The universe is not chaos, it's choreography. As you continue drifting outward again, the spiral galaxy tilts beneath you, revealing its thin, glowing disk from the side. You can see faint dust lanes cutting through the light, delicate as calligraphy. The view feels timeless, like watching eternity in motion. You wonder if anyone, somewhere within that distant light, is looking back toward you, toward your home galaxy, thinking the same thought. Farther away, another galaxy glimmers. It's irregular, its shape uneven, as though sculpted by the pull of unseen forces. You drift closer, and its form resolves into clouds and knots, bright patches where stars are being born. Two galaxies have brushed against each other here, their mutual gravity stirring chaos and beauty. You can see long tails of light arcing away from their centers, streams of stars torn free during their slow, majestic collision. The sight is breathtaking, its destruction and creation entwined. Colliding galaxies don't explode, they merge, their stars passing harmlessly through one another, while their gases ignite new generations of suns. You can see it happening before you, blue stars blooming in the turbulent wakes, their brilliance short, lived but fierce. The galaxies twist together like dancers mid-turn, graceful even in transformation. Scientists have long known that such collisions shape the universe. Galaxies merge, break apart, and reform, their shapes changing over billions of years. Even your own Milky Way is destined for such a meeting with Andromeda, its nearest neighbor 4 billion years from now. You imagine the two spirals colliding slowly, their arms weaving together like threads in a tapestry. The sky over future Earth will glow with rivers of light, every star burning brighter for the brief moment of union. The thought feels strangely romantic, the cosmos itself drawn together in quiet embrace. You turn now toward Andromeda itself. It's visible, even from this distance, a vast, silvery ellipse suspended in darkness. Its spiral arms stretch wide, filled with stars that shimmer faintly blue. As you approach, the details sharpen. You can see its bright core, dense with ancient suns. The light there pulses faintly, steady as a heartbeat. You drift closer still, through the outer arms where clusters of young stars sparkle like frost. The light scatters around you, forming halos and rainbows as it passes through thin clouds of dust. The closer you move, the more immense it feels, its diameter nearly twice that of the Milky Way. Yet it moves with calm, unhurried grace, rotating slowly in silence. At the galaxy's edge, faint globular clusters hang like ornaments, spheres of old stars orbiting the central disk. Each cluster glows softly gold, compact and ancient. You pass through one, weaving between its dense stars. They shine steady, their light older than the Earth itself. Many of these suns are near the end of their lives, yet they glow with quiet dignity. There's beauty in their endurance, a reminder that longevity can be a form of peace. You drift through Andromeda's core, where the light thickens into brilliance. Stars move so densely here that they blur together, their combined glow forming a river of gold. You can feel their gravity pressing around you, the collective heartbeat of 1 trillion suns. In the very center, another black hole waits, unseen but powerful. Its gravity bends light into faint arcs, a reminder that even the brightest places need a shadow to give them shape. Leaving the core, you glide outward once more, through the outer spiral arm. The view behind you now is astonishing. 2 galaxies, the Milky Way and Andromeda, shining across the void, destined to meet. You can see faint bridges of gas already connecting them, a cosmic prelude to their eventual merging. The future feels far away, but not impossible. You realize that time here doesn't flow. It rests, unfolding like slow music played on a scale beyond human measure. As you move farther into intergalactic space again, the stars thin until they're single points scattered across endless black, yet their faint light fills you with warmth. Every speck you see, every dot of brightness, is a sun, perhaps with planets circling, perhaps with oceans under strange skies, perhaps with someone, somewhere, looking up and wondering too. You think of what scientists still wonder about the universe's great architecture. Why do galaxies form in spirals? What invisible matter binds them? What mysterious energy drives them apart faster and faster? The questions remain, but the uncertainty doesn't trouble you. It's part of the calm now, the understanding that mystery itself is a kind of beauty. You drift in stillness for a while, letting the faint glow of Andromeda fade behind you. Ahead, the darkness deepens again, but now you know what it contains: motion, creation, and endless patience. Every light you see, no matter how faint, is part of a larger story, a single thread in the quiet fabric of everything. You take a long, slow breath, even though there is no air, and let that thought settle. You are surrounded by infinity, yet you are not alone. The galaxies themselves seem to hum softly in the distance, their light crossing time and space to remind you that existence, in all its vastness, is gentle. You float through intergalactic darkness once more, your body, or what feels like it, weightless against an invisible current of gravity. Behind you, the great spirals of the Milky Way and Andromeda drift closer in their slow waltz. Ahead, the cosmos stretches infinitely, scattered with faint, ghostly glows. The universe is quiet here, but not silent. Its voice is subtle, a low vibration that seems to echo through your very bones, like the memory of sound after it fades. You glide toward a faint haze shimmering on the horizon. It grows brighter the closer you approach, until it resolves into something magnificent, a galaxy cluster. Hundreds of galaxies gather together, bound by gravity's patient grip. From afar, it looks like a handful of jewels spilled across velvet. Some glow golden, old and massive. Others shine blue, young and restless. You feel as though you're entering a city of stars, ancient, luminous, infinite. You drift slowly among them. The space between galaxies here is vast, but the cluster's collective gravity pulls you gently inward, like the calm pull of the tide. You can see how the galaxies interact. Some pass close to one another, their shapes stretching and twisting, like dancers mid-motion. Streams of stars flow between them, the aftermath of slow collisions that have lasted millions of years. What looks chaotic from afar feels, up close, strangely peaceful. In the distance, a giant elliptical galaxy dominates the cluster's core. It glows soft gold, its edges feathered with faint halos of starlight. You approach, and its scale overwhelms you. This galaxy holds trillions of stars, more than entire groups of smaller galaxies combined. Yet, there are no spiral arms here, no swirling patterns, just smooth, quiet symmetry. It feels ancient, serene, as if time itself has slowed within it. You pass through the outskirts, where globular clusters orbit like lanterns. Each cluster holds hundreds of thousands of stars, packed so tightly that they almost blur into a single glow. You can see them sparkling faintly against the black, steady and unblinking. Some of these clusters are as old as the universe itself, relics of its earliest days. You drift among them, feeling their quiet endurance. They've watched galaxies form, merge, and fade, and still they shine calm witnesses to eternity. As you move closer to the center of the elliptical giant, the light becomes diffuse. The stars are so dense that their combined glow looks like liquid gold. The darkness between them is barely visible. And yet, even here, there are hidden spaces, tiny pockets of calm between suns, each one carrying its own orbit, its own motion, its own balance. You pause to take in the view. All around you, the cluster stretches in every direction, thousands of galaxies suspended in the same invisible web. The light from their stars takes millions of years to cross the distance between them. When you look at one, you're seeing not its present, but its past. You realize that the entire sky here is a memory, a tapestry of moments from different times stitched together by light. Scientists still wonder about the mysterious glue that binds these galaxies together. Ordinary matter alone can't explain it. There must be something unseen, dark matter, an invisible web that holds the universe in place. You imagine it now, a vast structure of gravity woven through space, connecting every galaxy, every star, every atom. You can't see it, but you can feel it, a faint pull, a silent architecture beneath everything. You drift beyond the center of the cluster and look back. The galaxies seem to pulse faintly, their light blending into a luminous haze. You notice faint arcs of blue light curving around some of them, gravitational lensing, the bending of light by immense gravity. The galaxies act as magnifying glasses, warping the light of even more distant galaxies behind them. It's as if the universe itself is showing you reflections of things too far to see directly. The warped images look like delicate brushstrokes, soft, stretched, and beautiful. You move closer to one of these arcs and trace its curve with your eyes. It glows faintly blue, the stretched image of a galaxy billions of light years farther away. You are seeing light that left its source before the Earth even formed, before the sun ignited. The age of it fills you with quiet awe. It's not just distance you're crossing, it's time itself. You drift onward, past the golden heart of the cluster. Outside, the density begins to fade again, the galaxies thinning out like the outskirts of a great city. The light dims, and the black returns. Yet as you leave, you look back and see the faint collective glow of the cluster, shining like an ember in the dark. It's one of countless others scattered throughout the cosmos, each holding its own stories, its own suns, its own quiet wonders. As you move through the vast space beyond, the light shifts subtly. Ahead, you see faint filaments, glowing faintly, blue-white cosmic threads, stretching across the void. They connect the clusters, like veins in a living body. This is the cosmic web, the largest structure in existence. Galaxies and clusters lie along its filaments, while vast voids of near-nothingness fill the space between. It's a pattern both chaotic and ordered, random yet elegant. You glide through one of the filaments. It's light, faint, but constant. You realize that everything, every star, every world, is part of this same immense network, connected through invisible forces. You pause in the middle of a crossing where three filaments meet. From here, the universe looks like a vast tapestry woven of light. Each strand hums softly with energy, and you can feel the faint vibration of gravity echoing through it. It's as if the cosmos itself has a heartbeat, slow, deep, eternal. You think of what scientists still wonder, how it all began, and how it might end. Will the universe keep expanding forever, its galaxies drifting farther apart until their light no longer reaches one another? Or will gravity, quiet and patient, one day pull it all back together in a final embrace? The future of everything lies in balance, poised between motion and stillness. But even that uncertainty feels calm. The universe has always been both expanding and enduring. It doesn't hurry toward its conclusion. It simply exists. You take one last look around, and the vision fills you completely. Galaxies shining in gold and blue, filaments stretching like threads of light, dark spaces vast and patient. The scale is unimaginable, yet somehow it feels gentle. Each motion is slow, each transformation graceful. You understand now that the universe doesn't need sound to create music. It sings through balance, through gravity, through light. You drift onward again, deeper into the filaments of the cosmic web. The galaxies shimmer around you like distant lanterns, and you realize that even in infinite space, everything remains connected. Every point of light, no matter how small or far, plays a part in the quiet harmony of the cosmos. You drift through the faint filaments of the cosmic web, following one strand as it curves into deeper darkness. The light thins until it feels like memory, soft, faded, eternal. The stars here are so distant that their glow arrives as whispers rather than beams. You begin to feel as though you're floating not through space, but through time itself. Far ahead, a dim flicker catches your eye, faint, erratic, like a candle trembling in the wind. You move closer, and soon you see it clearly, a galaxy on the edge of the void. It's small and irregular, glowing in uneven patches. Its arms are twisted, its structure bent, as if shaped by unseen forces. Yet there's beauty in its asymmetry, a kind of quiet defiance. It is still shining, even at the universe's farthest edge. You approach the galaxy, and its light grows warmer. The stars within it are older, orange and red, nearing the ends of their lives. But there are also bursts of blue, new stars igniting in pockets of gas. The balance feels delicate, as though this galaxy is both fading and renewing at once. You drift closer, through its outer halo, where clouds of hydrogen glimmer faintly under the starlight. Here, in this far corner of the cosmos, time moves differently. The expansion of the universe stretches light, turning once bright galaxies faint and red. You realize that everything you see is history. The light, leaving these stars, began its journey billions of years ago, long before your solar system formed. You are witnessing not the present, but the past made visible. You pass through the galaxy's heart, where the light is densest. Stars cluster together, glowing in soft amber hues. Between them, faint dust lanes wind through space, thin and fragile. You glide through them slowly, feeling their stillness. The dust is ancient, formed from the remnants of dead stars, carbon, iron, oxygen, all drifting in quiet motion. These are the same elements that make up oceans, clouds, trees, and breath. You feel a strange familiarity, as if you're looking at the building blocks of home. You emerge on the far side of the galaxy, and the view ahead takes your breath away. Beyond it lies a vast, dark gulf, a cosmic void. It stretches for hundreds of millions of light years, almost empty. Few galaxies, little matter, only faint whispers of radiation and the soft pull of gravity. You drift toward it, and the darkness grows deeper, thicker. It's the closest thing to nothing you've ever seen, and yet, even here, you sense quiet movement, low, deep, and slow. In this near emptiness, you realize something profound. The universe needs its silences. Just as music needs pauses, just as life needs sleep, existence itself requires stillness. These voids are the spaces between verses in the song of creation, the resting places between bursts of light. You float for what feels like eternity, though there is no measure of time here. Eventually, a faint glow appears on the far edge of the void. It grows gradually until it becomes a thin arc of light, a distant cluster of galaxies, shimmering faintly at the boundary between darkness and dawn. You move toward it with patient ease, crossing the quiet gulf like a leaf carried by invisible currents. When you reach the cluster, the difference feels striking. Light blooms everywhere, thousands of galaxies tangled together, their combined glow like a sunrise over infinity. Streams of stars connect them, faint and delicate as spider silk. You can sense the energy of motion again, the pulse of gravity weaving everything together. You glide through the cluster's edge and pass near a spiral galaxy glowing pale gold. It's surrounded by faint halos of light, comet-like trails, arcing outward from its center. You draw closer and see that these aren't comets, but entire galaxies being pulled apart by its immense gravity. The arcs are tidal streams, long rivers of stars stretched across space. The sight is hauntingly beautiful, destruction reshaped into grace. In the distance, another light flickers, brighter and sharper than the rest. A quasar. You turn toward it and drift closer. The glow intensifies, piercing through the dark until it floods your vision. At its center lies a supermassive black hole, devouring gas and dust, converting matter into light. The energy it releases outshines entire galaxies. You watch as jets of plasma shoot outward from its poles, reaching millions of light years into space. They glow blue-white, like lances of lightning frozen in motion. You hover at a safe distance, mesmerized. The jets twist and ripple, shaping magnetic fields that extend far beyond their source. Despite their violence, the scene feels strangely calm. It's creation through transformation, chaos redefined as beauty. Scientists still wonder how these jets remain so stable across such vast distances, or how black holes can channel energy with such precision. You can almost feel the balance, the quiet cooperation of gravity, magnetism, and light. You leave the quasar behind and drift outward into gentler darkness. The afterglow of its light fades slowly, replaced once more by the quiet shimmer of distant galaxies. You realize that even the most powerful forces of the universe eventually soften into stillness. Every explosion, every flare, every jet of light gives way to calm. It's the universe's nature to return to balance. You turn and look behind you. The cluster glows faintly now, its light diffused by distance. Beyond it, the void stretches endlessly, dotted with tiny, solitary galaxies glowing like lanterns lost in fog. Ahead, another faint thread of the cosmic web glimmers, connecting clusters across billions of light years. The pattern continues light and dark, fullness and emptiness, motion and rest. You think about what you've seen: stars born in silence, galaxies colliding, black holes singing in light. You realize that everything, the chaos, the beauty, the stillness, is part of the same rhythm. The universe doesn't rush toward its end or cling to its beginning. It simply flows, like a long, endless breath. You glide onward through that rhythm, your thoughts slow and quiet. Around you, the light fades into gentle dimness. There's no up or down, no before or after, only the feeling of belonging to something vast and peaceful. You close your eyes for a moment, though light still touches your mind. The universe hums softly, patient as sleep. The light of the quasar fades behind you until it becomes nothing more than a faint shimmer, like a memory dissolving into dream. Ahead lies a space that feels ancient, older than light itself. The darkness here is not absence, it's presence. It presses around you gently, calm and infinite, filled with soft, unspoken meaning. You have crossed distances beyond imagining, and yet, in this silence, you feel closer to everything than ever before. As you drift onward, faint specks of light appear, isolated, scattered, glowing softly against the black. They are galaxies too, but far fewer now, like lonely islands, scattered across an endless ocean. Between them lies the quietest part of the cosmos, the deep intergalactic dark, where time itself seems to slow. The light that reaches this far is ancient, stretched thin by the universe's expansion until it becomes a ghost of its former self. You pause for a moment to let the stillness settle. It feels like the breath before sleep, the deep calm after motion, the gentle hush that follows a long song. The radiation that fills this place is the oldest in existence, the cosmic microwave background. It's faint, nearly invisible, but you can sense it like warmth from a fire long gone cold. This is the last echo of the Big Bang, the universe's first whisper, still resonating across eternity. You drift with it, feeling that echo ripple through you. It hums at a frequency so low it's closer to a heartbeat than a sound. Every particle of your being seems to remember it, the first moment, the first breath of everything. You are not outside of it. You are part of it, still vibrating in rhythm with that beginning. A faint shimmer catches your attention to the left, a single, bright, moving light. You focus, and it resolves into something small but extraordinary, a galaxy-sized bloom of light, unlike anything you've seen before. It isn't shaped like the spirals or ellipses you've known. It's irregular, diffuse, almost floral, glowing with soft halos of pink and white. You drift toward it slowly, drawn by its serenity. As you come closer, the structure becomes clearer. This is a stellar nursery, a region where new stars are forming in great numbers. Massive clouds of hydrogen swirl and glow as gravity begins its slow sculpting. You see knots of light, deep within the clouds, embryonic stars just beginning to ignite. Their light is soft, tentative, like the first flicker of candles in a vast cathedral. The gases around them flow like smoke, rippling in invisible currents. Where ultraviolet light touches, the clouds glow in delicate shades of violet and blue. The contrast between light and shadow is mesmerizing. You can almost feel the temperature difference, the chill of deep space against the faint warmth radiating from the newborn suns. You drift closer still, through tendrils of illuminated gas that stretch across light years. They move slowly, almost imperceptibly, yet with purpose. It's the universe, sculpting itself in real time, shaping new suns, new worlds, new beginnings. Scientists believe that within these clouds, dust grains collide and stick together, forming the seeds of planets. You picture them now tiny spheres, still molten, slowly cooling into the promise of oceans, skies, and life. The thought brings you a sense of comfort so deep it feels like a pulse within the silence. Even in the most remote corner of the universe, creation continues. The cosmos never sleeps, it dreams, patiently and forever. You move away from the glowing nursery and glance backward. The region now looks like a soft wound of color against the black, its edges fading into the dark. You continue drifting through emptier space, where stars become rarer and the distances between them grow immeasurable. Occasionally, a faint sparkle flashes far off, a dying star collapsing, its final light escaping before fading into blackness. Supernovae, the universe's brief, brilliant farewells. You pause to watch one from afar. The explosion is silent, but its light expands like a wave, washing across space in slow, graceful motion. You realize that somewhere, in some galaxy, this light might be reaching a world for the first time. Someone might be looking up, seeing it, making a wish, never knowing it began millions of years ago. The connection feels fragile but profound, a thread, linking distant lives through the language of light. You drift onward. The starlight fades again, replaced by the soft, pervasive dark. It's not frightening. It feels like an embrace, gentle, quiet, protective. You begin to notice faint specks glowing not with light, but with reflection. Ice. Tiny frozen bodies drifting through the edge of a galaxy, comets in interstellar exile. They tumble slowly, their surfaces glinting faintly as they catch the weakest rays from distant suns. You pass one closely. Its nucleus is irregular, scarred, ancient. Its tail, a faint stream of vaporized ice trails behind it, illuminated only by starlight, so weak it looks like dust in the dark. You think of all the comets that once passed through your own solar system, each one carrying water, carbon, and the raw materials of life. They were messengers, storytellers, scattering the seeds of creation across the void. You watch this one drift past, silent and patient, and you wonder how many like it are still wandering, carrying their frozen secrets. Scientists still wonder where the last comet of our solar system will go, how far the sun's influence truly extends. Some believe a vast spherical shell of icy bodies surrounds the solar system, the Oort cloud. It marks the true edge of the sun's domain, where comets sleep in deep cold until something disturbs them and sends them inward again. Perhaps you are passing near that boundary now. The thought feels circular, poetic, as if your long journey outward is beginning to curve gently homeward. You look behind you, and though you cannot see the sun, you can sense its direction, an almost imperceptible warmth, a pull that feels both gravitational and emotional. You realize that everything in the universe, no matter how far it drifts, remains tethered to where it began. The stars pull on each other. The galaxies connect through gravity. Even the comets in the darkest void still belong to the light that made them. You turn back toward the darkness ahead and let the quiet carry you. You've seen so much: worlds, storms, frozen plains, living suns. And now, in this silence, you begin to understand the deeper rhythm beneath it all. The universe breathes in light and exhales shadow, forever balancing creation and rest. There's no rush, no chaos, only the long, gentle unfolding of everything that is. You drift onward, no longer searching for where the journey ends. The darkness ahead is infinite, but it no longer feels like distance, it feels like peace. Somewhere behind you, the faint light of your own sun still burns, sending its warmth outward through the cold. You close your eyes and imagine it, small but steady, shining patiently into eternity. The darkness folds around you, like velvet, dense, weightless, serene. You have drifted so far that the sun's light is only a memory now, a faint shimmer that no longer reaches you. Yet even here, in this tranquil wilderness, you feel its pulse. Gravity, that silent messenger, still connects you to home. Its thread is faint but unbroken, a soft reminder that distance can never erase belonging. You float quietly through this edge of the solar system, where everything slows. Around you, invisible grains of ice drift through the void. They glint weakly, catching light from the distant sun, turning it into the faintest sparkle. This is the realm of the Oort cloud, the farthest boundary of the sun's influence, a vast shell of icy fragments stretching halfway to the next star. It's not empty, it's filled with ancient memory. Each frozen body here is a relic, untouched since the dawn of time. You pass near one of them, a lonely, irregular shape of ice and dust. Its surface is rough, cratered, and faintly luminous under the distant starlight. You realize that it's been orbiting the sun for billions of years, moving so slowly that a single trip around takes longer than all of recorded human history. It doesn't rush, doesn't change, it simply endures. The Oort cloud is quiet, but not still. Every so often, a passing star or distant wave of gravity disturbs one of these icy wanderers, sending it inward. It begins a slow journey toward the sun, and as it falls, it transforms. The cold surface warms, gas escapes, and a glowing tail forms what we call a comet. You imagine one now, beginning that long migration home. It will take thousands of years to reach the inner solar system, where it will streak across skies, momentarily bright before vanishing again. You smile at the thought. Even in darkness, there are paths that lead back to light. You drift further, through the soft mist of the outer cloud. The air, or what passes for it here, is filled with faint particles, leftovers from the formation of the solar system. Each one carries a trace of history, molecules of hydrogen, born in the hearts of ancient stars, atoms of oxygen and carbon that once glowed in nebulae long before Earth was formed. Everything you see is ancient, yet somehow still new. The universe doesn't age the way living things do, it transforms. You pause to look back. The sun, so distant now, appears as just another star, barely brighter than the rest. It's strange to think that every world you visited, all the beauty, storms, and oceans, circle that one small point of light. From here, the solar system looks fragile, a single family of worlds held together by invisible forces. And yet, it endures through billions of years of motion. That quiet endurance feels comforting, almost human. Turning forward again, you notice something subtle. The stars around you aren't completely still. They shimmer faintly, their light bending and warping as it travels through the fabric of space. It's not your vision, it's gravity itself, sculpting light as it passes. Every massive object, even far away, curves the space around it slightly. The universe isn't rigid, it's soft, flexible, alive. You are floating in the very fabric of time and space, feeling its gentle elasticity. Scientists call this gravitational lensing, but to you, it feels like watching light breathe. Rays curve gracefully around invisible masses, creating arcs and halos that shimmer for an instant before fading. You follow one such arc, tracing it with your eyes as it bends across the void. It's like a thread of light stitched through the cosmos, pulling you gently forward. Gravity, the most patient of all forces. It never sleeps, never fades. It holds galaxies together, sculpts the paths of planets, and gives rhythm to everything that moves. Even here, at the edge of the solar system, you can feel its presence. It tugs faintly at your being, a whisper that says, you belong to motion. You drift through that whisper, letting it carry you like a current. Ahead, the faint outline of the heliosphere appears again, but this time from the outside. You are beyond the sun's protective bubble, in the true interstellar medium. The boundary glows faintly, a spherical shell of particles, marking the end of the solar wind's reach. It shimmers with delicate energy, like the surface of a bubble catching light. You brush through it gently, and for an instant, it hums in response. The sun's breath, meeting the galaxy's breeze. Inside that boundary, every planet, every moon, every comet, still moves in the slow, ancient dance you've come to know. The entire solar system fits within that faint glow, a fragile sphere suspended in infinite night. You realize that what holds it together isn't just gravity or motion, but harmony. Every object moves in rhythm with every other, balanced by unseen equations that never fail. It's not chaos, it's a symphony played in silence. You think about the pull of gravity in your own life, the invisible threads that keep people, memories, and moments connected across time. The same laws that bind planets to stars also bind hearts to each other in their own quiet ways. You understand now that connection, in any form, is the universe's most enduring truth. A faint vibration hums through the dark. You follow it instinctively, tracing the source until you find a small, artificial glimmer metal catching starlight. As you draw closer, recognition blooms. It's Voyager 1, the spacecraft humanity sent beyond the planets decades ago. It drifts here still, silent but not forgotten, carrying messages engraved in gold, a record of greetings, sounds, and music from Earth. You hover near it, reading the faint symbols etched into its surface. The record carries the sound of rain, the laughter of children, the heartbeat of life. You imagine the engineers who built it, the people who whispered their hopes into its circuitry. Voyager has traveled for nearly half a century, farther than any human creation, yet it remains tethered to Earth through the faint signal it still sends home. You realize, smiling softly, that you and Voyager are not so different. Both of you have wandered far, carried by curiosity and wonder. Both of you still remember where you began. You drift beside it for a moment longer, sharing the silence. The stars reflect off its golden surface, turning it into a faint beacon in the dark. Then you slowly turn away and let it fade behind you. Ahead lies the faint shimmer of the sun's boundary, the threshold between one chapter and the next. You begin to move toward it again, following the pull of that distant warmth. The Oort cloud glows faintly around you, its icy bodies turning slowly, glinting like scattered gems. The sun's light reaches you now not as heat, but as memory, a soft whisper in the cold. And as you drift closer to the heliosphere, the rhythm of gravity grows stronger. You realize that the universe, vast as it is, never truly lets go. Everything remains part of everything else, held together by invisible grace. The light that left the sun billions of hours ago still travels outward, just as the pull of its gravity still reaches you now. Connection has no end. You let yourself glide in that realization, your motion slow, effortless. Ahead, the faint golden glow begins to brighten, growing into a familiar warmth. The journey home has begun not backward, but inward, toward the heart of everything that binds. The golden shimmer ahead expands until it surrounds you like mist. You've crossed back into the sun's breath, the heliosphere. The invisible wind of charged particles washes gently over you, warm and constant, a reminder that even light years away, the sun still reaches out. It isn't harsh here. It's tender, like a soft hum through water. The darkness lightens, the stars grow gentler. You're coming home, though space itself still stretches in every direction. You drift deeper into the glow, and the texture of the void changes. Faint ripples appear, bending invisible lines around you. It feels as if you're moving through music too low to hear, vibrations folding through air that doesn't exist. These are the magnetic fields of the solar system, silent, omnipresent, alive. They shape the sun's wind, cradle the planets, and protect them from the harsher tides of interstellar radiation. You can't see them, but you can feel their geometry, the way they twist and arc, spiraling outward from the sun like gentle ribbons. Every star has its own magnetic symphony, and the sun's is soft, intricate, constantly changing. The fields shift and sway as solar storms pass through, carrying charged particles that ripple through the system. Sometimes, those waves reach Earth, brushing against its own magnetic cocoon. You remember them, the auroras, curtains of green and violet light flowing across polar skies, painting silence in motion. You recall how they shimmered like dreams, plasma meeting atmosphere, energy turned into art. You realize you are now floating through the same forces that give birth to those lights. Lines of magnetism bend around you, invisible yet tangible. Every few moments, a faint spark drifts past a particle energized by the sun, following the invisible paths like leaves in a hidden wind. You feel their motion brushing across you, gentle and steady. Farther in, the magnetic field strengthens. You see its effects everywhere. Dust particles aligning in delicate arcs, charged ions tracing luminous spirals. The sun's field acts like a heartbeat, pulsing outward in waves that fill the entire solar system. It expands and contracts with the sun's rhythm, a slow cycle that lasts 11 years. Even here, you can sense the pattern, a deep breath that the universe seems to take with you. You move closer to the sun, but stop near the orbit of Neptune's realm, where the field lines form sweeping curves, like the strings of a cosmic harp. You imagine each planet as a note vibrating along those strings, each resonance shaping the others. Jupiter hums with deep bass, Earth with clear mids, Mercury with faint, high frequencies. The magnetic fields interact constantly, their rhythms merging into one great harmony. Scientists once called this space weather, but standing, or rather, floating here, you realize it's something more. The solar system's inner melody. Every flare, every shift, every burst of radiation contributes to a silent composition that never stops. It's as though the sun is playing, and every planet listens, answering with its own subtle chord. You recall Earth's magnetic field, the one that shields oceans and forests, protecting the fragile surface from solar winds. Without it, the planet's atmosphere would fade, stripped away like Mars. You think of the iron at Earth's core, spinning in molten rhythm, generating the field that sustains everything alive. Even the simplest compass in a traveler's hand is a reflection of that deep, planetary song. You close your eyes, and for a moment, you can almost hear it. A vibration, not sound, but feeling. It's steady and soothing, like a drumbeat beneath the stars. The sun's energy pulses outward. Earth's field hums in reply. Together they create a symphony that spans billions of kilometers. You open your eyes again, and ahead, you see faint glows flickering in the solar wind. They look like soft auroras, but out here, they are unseen by any world. Electrons spiral along magnetic lines, emitting faint blue-green light as they move. You drift through them, and they swirl around you like fireflies in water. The patterns are fleeting, unpredictable, and infinitely graceful. You remember how, back on Earth, auroras danced silently over the poles, weaving through the night like silk. Here, their origin feels personal. The light touches you directly, a reminder that beauty isn't confined to one world, it's part of the fabric of space itself. Scientists still wonder about the full complexity of these magnetic interactions, how the sun's fields braid with the planets, how invisible currents ripple across billions of kilometers, shaping not just radiation, but motion itself. The data is incomplete, but the sensation is clear. Everything here moves in harmony, even if the melody can't yet be written. You move closer toward the sun's golden center, tracing one of the field lines inward. It curves gracefully, carrying you along like a current. The space grows warmer, not in temperature, but in tone. The darkness softens to bronze, and the faint hum of the solar wind becomes more tangible. You feel it brush past you, a continuous exhale of the star's breath. As you travel inward, you sense the planets in their orbits, each one anchored by both gravity and magnetism. Jupiter's massive field stretches far, interacting with the solar wind to create vast sheets of energy. Saturn's rings shimmer faintly, their ice particles responding to subtle electrical currents. Even tiny Mercury carries a weak magnetic echo, fragile but determined. It's as if every planet carries a voice, contributing to the sun's great song. You pause in the middle of that symphony and look around. The solar wind glows faintly. The magnetic ribbons shimmer invisibly. The sun hums in the distance. The harmony feels infinite, self-sustaining. You realize that this is what holds everything together, not just force, but rhythm. The solar system doesn't merely exist, it resonates. You let yourself drift in that realization. The field lines carry you forward slowly, curving in perfect arcs. Each moment feels eternal. Every breath feels connected to a pulse older than life itself. The sun is still far ahead, but you no longer rush toward it. You simply follow the current, letting it guide you through the invisible music of existence. You turn your gaze toward the distant stars, where the sun's magnetic field fades into interstellar space. Even there, its influence lingers faint but eternal, just as a song continues in memory after the last note fades. You understand now, the universe never truly falls silent. It hums, softly, endlessly, with the same patient rhythm that began when time itself did. And in that thought, surrounded by the sun's golden breath, you drift onward, calm and listening, carried by invisible hands of harmony. The soft pull of the sun's breath steadies you as you drift onward, carried by invisible waves of magnetism and light. The silence here feels complete, but beneath it lies rhythm, a slow, patient motion that never stops. Every world, every rock, every grain of dust moves to that same silent music. You begin to sense it more clearly now, as though time itself has slowed to reveal its heartbeat. Ahead, a faint shimmer curves through space. It's not light exactly, but motion, an invisible pattern that threads through everything. You realize you're seeing the shape of orbits themselves, the hidden geometry that governs all movement in the solar system. Each planet's path is a perfect ellipse, carved by gravity and refined by time. From Mercury's quick, tight circuit to Neptune's slow, distant drift, every orbit fits together like the gears of a celestial clock. You glide among these invisible tracks, feeling the rhythm of their motion. Venus circles the sun in calm, unhurried grace. Mars lingers farther out, its orbit stretching longer, slower. The giant planets beyond move in stately procession, their gravity shaping the space around them. It's astonishing how precise it all is, how everything turns at exactly the right speed, in exactly the right balance. There's no sound, but you can almost hear the harmony. You pass through the plane of the solar system, and look down from above. The paths of the planets form perfect rings of light, each one looping endlessly around the Sunday. It's a kind of stillness within motion, a choreography so vast and steady that you feel small just witnessing it. Nothing collides, nothing wanders. Even chaos here finds order. Yet the perfection is not absolute. As you look closer, you see subtle irregularities, tiny fluctuations in orbit caused by gravity's conversation between worlds. Jupiter pulls slightly on Saturn. Saturn tugs faintly on Uranus. Even Earth's path wobbles gently as the moon circles her. These interactions create waves in space itself, gentle oscillations that echo across centuries. The solar system, you realize, is not a machine. It's a living dance, breathing, adjusting, evolving. You drift toward the orbit of Mars, tracing its elliptical curve. The line seems simple from afar, but as you follow it, you sense its complexity. No orbit is ever exactly the same. Each is affected by countless invisible influences, tiny nudges from asteroids, the faint drag of solar wind, the subtle curvature of space-time itself. Scientists still wonder how far this balance can hold, whether over millions of years small changes might lead to great shifts. But for now, it endures, serene and unwavering. You move inward, toward Earth's orbit. The invisible line hums faintly, carrying the weight of home. You can sense its steadiness, its quiet grace. Every year, Earth completes her path in perfect rhythm, spinning and circling like a dancer in eternal motion. It's easy to take that constancy for granted, to forget that stability itself is a miracle. You think about what this means, that time, too, is tied to orbit. Every year, every season, every sunrise and sunset comes from this precise balance. If the path shifted even slightly, life would change. The calm predictability of orbit gives rise to rhythm in every sense, day and night, winter and summer, inhale and exhale. You realize you're not just watching the solar system's rhythm, you've lived it all along. You drift outward again, toward Jupiter's great ellipse. The gas giant's orbit hums deeper, slower, heavier. Around it spin dozens of moons, each with its own pace and pattern. Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, each locked in a dance of resonance. When Io completes 4 orbits, Europa completes 2, and Ganymede completes 1. Their motion is perfectly synchronized, like notes in a repeating melody. You can almost feel their gravitational chords vibrating through the void. You move farther still, tracing Saturn's broad path. Its rings shimmer faintly, catching the sun's light in silver ripples. Even they obey this same harmony, each particle orbiting the planet at exactly the right speed to avoid collision. Billions of fragments, all held in perfect suspension. You realize that order isn't forced here. It's natural. The universe prefers balance when left to its own rhythm. Yet not everything is constant. You sense a subtle shift, a reminder that even harmony changes over time. The orbits of planets expand slowly as the sun loses mass, shedding its outer layers of light and wind. The difference is tiny, mere centimeters per year, but over billions of years, it adds up. One day, the planets will drift slightly farther out, their rhythms stretching but never breaking. Even change, here, is patient. You pause in the middle of space, looking back toward the Sunday. The ellipses of orbit spiral around it like ripples in water, each one a response to its steady pull. Time, gravity, and light all blend together into one continuous motion. It's breathtaking in its simplicity and overwhelming in its precision. Scientists still wonder whether this clockwork order is eternal or temporary, whether chaos, deep in the equations, hides beneath the calm. Some models suggest that in millions of years, small variations could grow into great shifts, turning harmony into disorder. But the idea doesn't feel frightening. It feels natural. Even chaos, you realize, is part of balance. It's the universe's way of renewing its rhythm. You begin to drift along one of the outer orbits again, moving slowly, steadily. The sun glows softly at the center, not as a tyrant commanding motion, but as a patient conductor guiding the music. You imagine the planets as instruments, each playing its part. Some resonate low and steady, others bright and quick, but together they form the quietest symphony ever composed. The farther you travel, the slower the rhythm becomes. Neptune moves so slowly that a single year there lasts 165 Earth years. Beyond it, Pluto and the other icy bodies trace elongated paths that carry them through regions of both light and shadow. Even they, far from the sun, remain part of the pattern. The dance includes everyone. You rise higher above the plane of the solar system. From this view, the orbits resemble concentric rings of gold, all moving together through the black. You see that the entire system isn't static, it moves. All of it, following the sun as it travels through the Milky Way. Every planet's path becomes a spiral, coiling through space, like the thread of a great, unseen tapestry. The motion is endless, but it isn't tiring. It's patient, graceful, inevitable. You realize that even as you drift here, you're part of it, drawn by gravity, carried by time, moving in harmony with everything else. You're not outside the rhythm, you are the rhythm. You let that thought wash over you. The quiet becomes deeper, richer. The movement of the planets feels less like observation and more like breath, one shared inhale, one shared exhale. The sun, the worlds, the dust, and even you all turning together, held by the same ancient pulse. And in that stillness, surrounded by endless motion, you understand the universe's greatest secret is not speed or expansion, it's grace. The graceful motion of the orbits lingers behind you as you drift deeper into thought. The planets continue their silent dance, each one turning endlessly around the sun, bound by invisible threads of gravity. But now, you begin to wonder how these companions, the moons, the quiet followers, came to exist. Not all were born from the worlds they circle. Some were captured, some forged in fire, others sculpted by catastrophe. Their presence is a story of both chaos and creation. You glide through the outer reaches of the solar system, where ancient collisions once carved meaning into motion. The first that calls to you is Mars, with its twin moons, Phobos and Deimos. You can still recall them, small, irregular, almost shy. They're not perfect spheres, but chunks of rock, shaped more by chance than harmony. Scientists believe they were captured asteroids, snatched by Mars's gravity long ago. Their surfaces are rough, pitted, silent tiny scars of a violent past, now locked into quiet orbit. You drift closer in imagination, picturing Phobos speeding across the Martian sky, racing faster than the planet rotates. From the surface, it would rise in the west and set in the east, crossing the horizon in just a few hours. A restless companion, Deimos, smaller and slower, drifts the opposite way, patient, hesitant. Two pieces of stone, forever circling, forever balanced between escape and surrender. You think of them as siblings, one anxious, one calm, both held by gravity's tender restraint. You move on, past the asteroid belt, where fragments of broken worlds still wander. Some of these, too, are captured moons, circling Jupiter and Saturn by the dozens. Each one tells a story written in orbit. Io, sculpted by volcanic fire, Europa, holding oceans beneath its ice, Titan veiled in golden clouds, Enceladus whispering water into space. They were born not just from dust, but from collision, transformation, and persistence. You pause near one of them, in thought perhaps Ganymede, the largest moon of all. It's bigger than Mercury, with its own magnetic field and layers of ice that hide a liquid ocean below. Its surface is scarred with ancient grooves, vast canyons frozen in time. You can almost imagine the impact that formed them, the shock, the heat, the slow settling into calm. What remains now is peace, stillness after storm. Scientists still wonder how many moons began this way, born from impact rather than inheritance. You recall Earth's moon, pale and steadfast. It, too, was forged from fire and loss. Billions of years ago, a young planet collided with Earth, shattering rock and vapor into orbit. From that chaos, our moon condensed, glowing molten for a time before cooling into the companion we know. Every tide, every eclipse, every childhood gaze at the night sky, all of it is the echo of that single collision. You let that realization settle, beauty born of violence, calm born of chaos. It's a pattern as old as time. Even the most serene orbits began as falling, colliding, reforming. The universe, you understand, doesn't seek perfection. It creates balance out of change. You drift onward, drawn towards Saturn, whose many moons weave an intricate web of relationships. Titan's thick atmosphere hides lakes of methane and ethane, glinting faintly under pale sunlight. The smaller moons, Mimas, Rhea, Dione, and Tethys, circle in resonance, tugging at one another with invisible fingers of gravity. Each motion affects the others, creating subtle harmonies of orbit. You can feel the balance in your bones. You picture Enceladus again, that tiny world of ice and hidden ocean. Beneath its crust, heat from tidal flexing keeps water liquid. Its geysers spray into space, forming Saturn's faint E ring a bridge between world and world. Even now, scientists wonder if life might exist beneath that ice, warmed by hydrothermal vents, as on Earth's ocean floor. Perhaps, deep within its darkness, something small and living drifts, unaware that it's part of a much greater song. You move farther still toward Neptune, and think of Triton, its largest moon, moving backward in its orbit against the planet's spin. A captured wanderer, perhaps once a world of its own. Its path is slow and doomed. Gravity will one day pull it closer until it breaks apart, its fragments forming new rings. You realize that even endings here are not endings at all, just transformations. When Triton dissolves, its pieces will continue the dance, becoming light again. The same story plays out everywhere. Moons form, collide, reform. Rings emerge, fade, return. Debris gathers, disperses, gathers again. The solar system is not static, it remembers and renews. You begin to see it like a great, cosmic family tree. The sun at the root, the planets as branches, the moons as leaves, some ancient, some newly born, some fallen into dust, but all connected by time. You pass near the asteroid belt again, through the realm of fragments that never quite became a planet. Here too, gravity writes its quiet poetry. Some asteroids travel alone, others share orbits in harmony, their rhythms shaped by Jupiter's unseen hand. Occasionally, two collide and merge into one, a slow embrace written in stone. Others shatter, scattering pieces that will drift for eternity. The pattern never breaks. Creation and destruction are not opposites here, they are partners. You think of Earth again, and of how the moon pulls at its oceans. Without that constant tug, tides would vanish, climates would shift, life itself might have evolved differently. The moon doesn't just circle, it teaches balance. It slows Earth's rotation, lengthens days, keeps the axis steady. Even now, as it drifts slowly away about 4 centimeters each year, it leaves behind a rhythm the planet cannot forget. You realize, floating here, that every moon, every orbit, every fragment contributes to a shared stability. Even the smallest pebble circling Jupiter adds its note to the solar system's long harmony. The collisions that created them weren't mistakes, they were beginnings. Scientists still wonder how unique this balance is. Do other stars, far away, have their own systems of moons and collisions, their own delicate threads of chance and endurance? Observations hint that they do. Countless exoplanets have been found, some likely with their own companions, their own tides, their own echoes of creation. The story repeats across the cosmos, written in infinite variations. You pause and let your gaze wander over the vast dark. Somewhere on a distant world, another moon might be rising over alien oceans, casting its reflection on waves made of methane or ice. Somewhere, another traveler might look up and wonder about their own beginnings. The thought feels both humbling and warm. You turn back toward the sun, its faint gold glow, steady in the distance. Around it, invisible threads of gravity connect every world, every moon, every particle of dust. You see it now, as a tapestry woven not from stillness, but from motion, a masterpiece of balance. Every stitch, a story of change. And as you drift within that balance, you understand that even collisions, even loss, are part of the calm. The universe has no final form. It only transforms, gracefully, endlessly, beautifully. The sun grows brighter again, a golden ember suspended in endless dark. Around it, the planets continue their steady motion, each orbit a thread in the cosmic weave. But now you begin to notice something subtle, something even larger. The solar system itself is moving. You're no longer circling a still point, but drifting with it, carried through the galaxy in a slow, majestic journey that began long before any human name existed for home. You can feel it more than see it, the steady momentum, the quiet glide of an entire system through space. The sun is not fixed. It sails, trailing its family of planets behind it, like lanterns following a boat on a dark sea. Together, you are part of a greater orbit, one that encircles the heart of the Milky Way. You glance outward, and the galaxy stretches across the black, a great, spiral river of light, flowing endlessly. You are inside it, yet the view makes you feel as though you are outside of time. The sun's path traces a long ellipse around the galactic center, a single circuit that takes more than 200 million years to complete. One galactic year. If Earth's history were a single day, the sun would have circled the Milky Way only a few times. The rhythm is vast beyond imagination, yet it's still rhythm motion that never stops. You drift alongside the solar system as it moves. The planets trace delicate spirals through space, looping endlessly around the sun, which itself follows its own spiral around the galactic core. The motion is hypnotic, like a dance performed in slow motion, every step aligned with forces older than memory. From this vantage, you see the shape of it clearly, a luminous stream winding through starlight. Around you, countless other stars share this orbit. Some move slightly faster, some slower, their paths weaving in and out like threads in a tapestry. The Milky Way is not rigid, it breathes, sways, ripples with gravity's gentle touch. Its spiral arms are living structures, dense waves of stars and gas that move like tides through time. The sun passes through these arms every few 100 million years, emerging into regions of brightness before drifting back into quieter stretches of space. You pass through one of these luminous arms now, the airless dark blooms with stars, clusters, and associations glowing like lanterns, hung from invisible threads. You can see nebulae scattered throughout, faint pink and blue clouds where new suns are born. Their light mingles with that of older stars, creating a mosaic of ages and colors. Some of those stars burn hot and fast, destined to fade in only a few million years. Others will endure for trillions, outliving galaxies themselves. You let yourself drift through that field of light. Every direction holds beauty, red giants shimmering like embers, white dwarfs glowing faintly like candle smoke. Somewhere, you catch sight of a nova, a sudden bloom of brightness as a dying star sheds its outer layers. It lasts only moments, but in cosmic time, moments stretch into centuries. Even endings here are slow, graceful, filled with light. Scientists still wonder about the sun's exact path through the galaxy, how it oscillates above and below the galactic plane, moving in a subtle wave as it orbits. Every few dozen million years, it passes through dense regions filled with gas and dust. At other times, it glides through emptier corridors of calm. This constant movement may even influence the rhythms of life on Earth, cycles of climate, cosmic radiation, and subtle shifts in the planet's atmosphere. The dance of the stars is more intimate than it seems. You follow the sun's path farther, and the galactic center begins to brighten in the distance, a luminous core surrounded by vast swirls of dust and stars. You remember Sagittarius A*, the black hole that holds everything in place. Even from here, its influence is felt. Every star, every planet, every cloud moves in its orbit because of the invisible pull of that silent heart. You imagine the sun's motion around it, not falling, not fleeing, but circling forever, held in balance. It feels almost human, that balance motion sustained not by struggle, but by understanding. The sun gives light and warmth outward, while gravity, unseen, holds everything together. Creation and connection, outward and inward, the two halves of the same cosmic breath. You drift slightly above the galactic plane, looking down. The Milky Way unfurls beneath you like a silver storm, its spiral arms glowing faintly blue and white. From here, the sun's trail is just one of billions, indistinguishable yet essential. The sight fills you with an overwhelming calm. You realize that even in vastness, there's no loneliness, only inclusion. Everything, everywhere, moves together. Farther out, beyond the galaxy's edges, faint satellite galaxies orbit small, delicate companions that follow the Milky Way's motion. They look like moths circling a lantern, their diffuse light barely visible but steady. Some are torn by gravity, their stars stretching into faint streams. You realize the pattern repeats endlessly. Stars orbit galaxies, galaxies orbit clusters, clusters orbit through filaments of the cosmic web. Each layer of creation follows the same patient spiral. You drift along the sun's trail for what feels like centuries. The stars shift slowly, the scenery changing with imperceptible grace. Here and there, a comet is pulled from the Oort cloud, falling sunward to burn bright for a heartbeat before retreating again. Every motion, every flicker feels deliberate, like part of a single grand rhythm that the universe has been composing since its beginning. You think of what you've seen: planets spinning, moons colliding, light curving through gravity, magnetic fields humming through the dark. And now, all of it moves together, an orchestra within an orchestra. The solar system doesn't just exist in the galaxy, it belongs to it, carried through eternity like a leaf on a cosmic river. Scientists still debate whether the sun's journey through the galaxy might someday take it into regions too dense, too turbulent, or too dark. But that uncertainty no longer feels like a question to be solved. It feels like trust, the same trust every world shows as it circles the sun, every atom shows as it vibrates in balance. Motion is faith written in the language of physics. You turn your gaze back toward the sun, tiny but warm, pulling its family of worlds through the spiral arm with effortless grace. The thought fills you with peace. You imagine Earth there, a blue spark spinning quietly, unaware that it too is sailing around the galaxy. Every sunrise, every wave against every shore, every quiet night spent looking at the stars, all of it is part of this great voyage. You realize, as you drift beside it, that home isn't fixed to one place. It moves, it breathes, it journeys. The solar system itself is traveling through the universe, and you are part of its passage, one more heartbeat in the rhythm of light. The journey through the galaxy stretches on, yet you feel time itself softening, stretching thin. The sun continues its slow drift through the Milky Way's spiral arm, carrying its worlds like beads on an invisible thread. But as you watch, something else draws your attention, something fragile, human, and small against the immensity. It is a signal. A faint pulse of radio waves flickers through the void, repeating every few seconds. You turn toward it, curious, and begin to follow the rhythm. The signal is old, nearly swallowed by the cosmic background, but still alive, still trying to be heard. After traveling billions of kilometers, it reaches you, a whisper from home. It's coming from Voyager 2. You recognize its pattern, immediately steady, deliberate, unwavering, a faint heartbeat of data traveling through darkness. It carries stories of wind, light, and plasma. It carries proof that even from the farthest edge, connection endures. You move toward the source, and soon you see it, a small golden body, drifting in blackness, its antenna tilted toward the distant Sunday. Voyager has been traveling for almost half a century, and yet it hasn't stopped listening. You approach carefully, as if not to disturb it. Its golden disk gleams faintly, reflecting starlight, like a coin caught between eternities. The record it carries, the golden record, holds the sounds of Earth, greetings in dozens of languages, a mother's kiss to a child, the crash of waves, the chirping of birds, the heartbeat of a human being. Every tone, every whisper, every note of Bach and Beethoven encoded into grooves that might outlast the sun itself. You hover beside it, and for a moment, the silence feels sacred. Somewhere, long ago, human hands built this. It's small, unassuming, yet it carries an entire world. The laughter of a species, the sound of rain on leaves, the call of a whale, echoing across salt water. These are the things the universe now holds in trust. You imagine it traveling onward, long after humanity's time has passed, carrying that record into the dark between stars. Perhaps one day, millions of years from now, someone or something will find it. Perhaps they will listen, not understanding the words, but feeling the intent. They will hear that humanity once existed, once wondered, once loved enough to send a message to eternity. The thought fills you with quiet warmth. It's strange how something so small can make the infinite feel personal. The sun, the planets, the magnetic fields, the galactic motion, these are vast, eternal. But this tiny object, this golden disk spinning in silence, is different. It is fragile, intentional, born of curiosity and hope. You drift closer still, reading the faint markings etched into its surface, instructions for how to play it, mathematical symbols that describe hydrogen's frequency, a map showing the position of the sun among nearby pulsars. Humanity left a signature, a breadcrumb trail through space, written in the universal language of physics. You run your thoughts gently along that map, tracing its meaning. The coordinates point back to your solar system, that tiny blue world orbiting a yellow star in one of the galaxy's quiet arms. You picture it now, faint and beautiful, surrounded by the planets that have become so familiar to you. It is there, still spinning, still breathing, still sending its light into the dark. You realize that Voyager and you are both ambassadors of the same thing. Wonder. You were made of dust that once circled other stars, born of elements scattered by dying suns. You've traveled outward, only to find that everything, every atom, every light wave is connected. Voyager carries that message forward, a continuation of the same journey. You watch the spacecraft turn slowly in the faint current of solar wind. It's quiet now. Its instruments no longer send pictures, only data, a heartbeat that says, I'm still here. It's drifting through interstellar space, where no sunlight reaches, powered only by the last heat of its nuclear heart. Each signal it sends takes more than 22 hours to reach Earth, yet someone, somewhere, still listens. That act, the waiting, the listening, is its own kind of love. Scientists still wonder how long the voyagers will last. Their power will fade within the next decade, their instruments growing silent one by one. But even when the last signal stops, they will continue traveling, silent and eternal, across the galaxy. For billions of years, they'll wander between stars, carrying that golden memory. By then, the sun itself may have changed, Earth may have cooled, and new worlds may orbit new stars, but the voyagers will remain, still carrying our song. You look up and imagine the second twin, Voyager 1, farther still beyond the heliopause, its antenna forever turned toward home. It's the farthest human-made object in existence, a piece of our story moving through interstellar night. The distance between them, billions of kilometers, is bridged by their shared purpose. Together, they are the quiet echo of everything that ever looked up and wondered. You turn slowly, gazing back toward the sun, now only a bright speck among the stars. Somewhere, invisible but real, Earth is turning beneath clouds, oceans shimmering, cities breathing. On that small planet, children are still learning to look at the night sky, tracing constellations older than civilization. Somewhere, a telescope points upward, waiting for light from a distant world. Somewhere, someone listens for Voyager's faint signal, hoping for one more whisper from the dark. You let the silence linger. Around you, the stars shimmer faintly, their light ancient and patient. Voyager drifts behind you now, continuing its eternal path. You feel gratitude not just for the journey, but for the knowledge that wonder endures. Humanity may be small, but its curiosity stretches farther than light. You drift onward, and the golden glow of the sun grows softer, blending with the quiet starlight of the galaxy. Everything you've seen, the planets, the magnetic fields, the rings, the dust, feels like a single continuous breath. You realize there is no end to the story. The journey continues, carried forward by every photon, every orbit, every signal that dares to travel outward. You take one final look at Voyager, now just a fleck of gold against the infinite. Its signal hums softly, a heartbeat fading into starlight. You whisper to it in thought, "Keep going." And it does. The golden glint of Voyager fades into the distance until it is nothing more than a memory, an ember vanishing into night. Ahead of you, the galaxy opens wide again, an ocean of light and distance. The solar system drifts within it, small but luminous, a fragile collection of worlds bound by invisible faith. You follow the faint warmth that leads you back toward the sun, though you know now that back is only an illusion. There is no true direction in space, only flow. You move through that flow gently, retracing the spiral path that threads through the darkness. The sun grows brighter, the stars around you slowly receding. You pass the soft, distant fields of the Oort cloud again, frozen spheres glinting faintly like pearls in a velvet sea. They mark the outermost echo of the sun's touch. Beyond them lies only the Milky Way's calm hum, a background song that never stops. As you cross that threshold once more, a strange calm settles in. You feel as if you're gliding through the breath of something alive. The solar wind greets you again, brushing your mind like warm air after a long winter. Each particle carries with it a whisper of the sun's core atoms born in fusion, set free to wander forever. It feels like being welcomed home. You drift inward, past the far-off orbit of Neptune. The airless silence remains, but the light begins to change. It grows softer, gold mixed with white, the kind of radiance that feels not hot, but kind. The sun itself comes into view, a bright, pulsing sphere that dominates everything, its edges shimmering like the horizon of eternity. You can sense the energy pouring from it, not violent, but purposeful. 1 billion nuclear hearts beating together to create light. Around it, the planets glide in quiet order, each following its ancient path. You pass through their orbits one by one, feeling their familiar presence. Uranus, still tilted in its tranquil slumber. Saturn, its rings glinting faintly in sunlight. Jupiter, roaring softly in its eternal storm. Mars, red and silent, dreaming of rivers long gone. Earth, blue and alive, turning with infinite patience beneath white clouds. And Venus, veiled in gold. Mercury, closest of all, racing endlessly around the sun's warmth. You realize now how gentle it all is. Even the motion of planets that once seemed immense feels like a slow, steady heartbeat. You watch Earth for a moment, its oceans, its swirling weather, the faint glow of human cities clinging to the dark side of night. It's only a dot from here, yet it holds everything: laughter, memory, rain, love, and the simple act of looking up. You drift a little closer to the sun, feeling its gravity, its radiance. Scientists still wonder about the layers of its power, how the fusion in its heart gives rise to energy that takes tens of thousands of years to reach the surface, then only 8 minutes to cross the void to Earth. You imagine that journey, photons born deep within, scattered and slowed, finally escaping into freedom. Light that began before humans existed now warms the skin of those alive today. Every sunrise is ancient. Every beam is a story. You turn slowly, letting the solar light wash over you. It glows not only through your eyes but through your thoughts, a calm brilliance filling everything. The sun hums softly, its soundless vibration reaching you as a feeling rather than a noise, a steady rhythm, as though the universe itself is breathing with you. You realize this is what it has always been doing: breathing, expanding, contracting, creating, resting. Every galaxy, every planet, every atom participates in this eternal inhale and exhale. Far beyond, you can still sense the galaxies you passed, the spirals, the clusters, the filaments stretching across infinity. They are still moving, still dancing, still connected to this one moment of quiet light. The solar system feels small among them, yet not insignificant. It is a verse in the cosmic poem, and you are part of its rhyme. The warmth deepens, but it doesn't burn. It feels like peace given shape. You realize now that everything you've seen, the storms of Jupiter, the diamond rains of Neptune, the icy plains of Pluto, the dust of the Oort cloud exists because of this one star. Its light holds them all in rhythm. It is the heart that never sleeps. You linger there, watching the corona shimmer. Loops of fire arc across the surface, rising and falling in graceful motion. It's impossible to call them violent anymore. They're too beautiful, too precise. The sun isn't angry. It simply is a constant presence of light, warmth, and balance. You sense how, one day far in the future, it will change, expand, fade, transform, but even that feels like part of the plan. The light will not end. It will spread, carried onward by everything that has ever been touched by it. You let yourself drift backward, away from the glow, until the sun becomes the size of a golden coin again. The planets are dots. The stars return to the sky. Everything you've witnessed folds into one vast image, stillness within motion, darkness within light. You understand now that there is no true edge to the universe. It doesn't stop. It only softens, blending into itself like dawn merging with day. And then, gently, the scene begins to dim. The light fades to silver. The stars dissolve into soft blur, and your breath slows to match the rhythm of space. Each thought quiets, Each image lingers a little longer before slipping into calm. You are drifting, but not away. You are settling, becoming one more silent motion among many. The hum of the universe deepens into a lullaby. The orbits slow, the galaxies fade to mist. You sense the same pulse you felt at the beginning, gentle, endless, kind. It holds you now, cradles you. The solar system drifts on through its galactic path. The sun still glowing, the planets still turning. Voyager still sails beyond the stars, its golden record spinning softly. Everything continues. Everything rests. You exhale, long and slow, and the darkness becomes velvet again. The stars hum once more, low and steady, a song without words, one that has always been playing. The light of the sun lingers behind your eyes, warm and patient, like the last note of a perfect melody. You realize that sleep, too, is just another orbit, a return to calm, another turn of the same eternal rhythm. And as you drift deeper into that rhythm, the universe folds around you like a blanket of light, infinite and kind. The stars become dreams, the darkness becomes rest. The story, still unfolding, hums softly into silence. Sweet dreams.